That's your best chance too.
I just want the meat.
Yeah. Elk is good.
Elk is very good.
You put in for
have two straws right down
I
there.
thought it was kind of funny. Like, this is the 23rd Elk Expo. I was wishing it was the 29th because I'm turning 29 on the 29th. Too bad it was the 29th anniversary. We would have nailed it. Yeah. This is my golden birthday.
Golden birthday.
Yeah. Maybe I should take this off. We're not live yet, are we?
Not yet.
Okay.
I wouldn't do that to you.
Hey, I'm about to be on a podcast for 20 minutes, so I'm turning my radio off.
Does anyone out front who can run out with their key and unlock?
Not me.
Let me know when you're ready and we'll get rolling.
All right.
All right, first ever live stream. Hopefully this is working.
It is, hopefully.
I should have my mom or someone at home like texting me, letting me know, checking it out. But I didn't think about that. So today, Elk Expo 2023.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, this is the 23rd Elk Expo.
It is,
and for those of you that don't know, this is Morgan.
Yep.
She's the new marketing director here at Kika. And we've been working pretty closely trying to get this part of it sort of rolling and everything.
Yes.
Today's your birthday.
It is my birthday.
Just found that out.
Yes,
That's awesome.
And my golden birthday, 29 on the 29th, so can't beat that.
Yeah, that's great. That's awesome. As you said, unfortunately, this is the 23rd Elk Expo instead of 29th.
it
That would
would've
have
been cool.
That would have
About
been
the
very cool.
three.
It's all right, 6 more years, and then
Yeah.
you can have your 29th birthday
I'm going to
on
be
the
29
29th.
again, I swear.
Yeah. So, all right. This is mainly for the people that aren't here.
Sure.
Right? That can't make it, which I'm going to say you should be here anyways, right? Like you should be making a point to
You're
come.
missing out.
You're missing out, so make sure that you start planning for next year,
Yeah.
which is going to be the 27th and 28th of July
28th.
next
So
year.
we are going through a date change right now. So
Right.
if you did miss it, you're thinking the third week of August. This is most likely going to be a permanent date change. So the last weekend of July is going to be the new ongoing date.
Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, if you're thinking like, hey, what the heck, why? It's not supposed to be for another couple weeks or almost month. The reason why is the Game Commission, basically, right?
Yes.
They pull the tags today,
They do.
and-
3 o'clock today.
right? And they move that date up to give archery hunters more time to do some scouting.
Yeah. Which is nice for them.
Yes,
'Cause
very
they
nice
only
for
had
them.
2 weeks crammed in everything they had to do. So they can get lodging, they can go scouting, take some time off work if you live in another state. I think the time change for the expo was a great idea.
Yeah. So, but there's that little bit of, just hard,
Yeah.
People aren't used to that.
Yep.
I did notice, and for those of you, if you can't quite hear, the rain followed the change.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be expo without the rain, honestly.
True. So, what for those that aren't here, what are they missing? What's out here?
Oh my goodness. So we have 120 vendors here today. So not only does it go from jewelry vendors, we got fur bears, we have maple syrup. We have something for everybody. We have Avon. Literally everything. Screen printing, you get t-shirts made, you get belts, everything with elk and anything Benezette related. Oh, it's such a variety.
There's even a guy with a laser engraver here, right?
Yeah, he's here. Yeah.
Yeah, so and I'm pretty sure he's running it while he's here too.
Yep,
right?
he is. He has his
So
own machine working.
He's doing
Yep.
some custom stuff too. There is literally something for everyone. And I actually, my wife and my mom are bringing my son up here later this afternoon, and I was just going through the vendor list because there's over 140 vendors.
Oh my
here.
gosh, yeah.
And just going through, and all I was doing was highlighting ones that she might be a little interested in, right? Because she's not outdoorsy like me. So I mentioned something. She's actually said like, "Wow, that's a lot."
Yeah, you don't realize.
Yeah, this is truly a family friendly.
It is.
event.
Because I don't want people to think, oh, it's just for the guys, the elk tag drawing. Literally, me being a girl myself, I'm into the jewelry, I'm into the wildlife jewelry. There's Life of a Hunter's Wife is here, so if you never heard of her before, wow, she does killer work, really.
What does she do?
So she takes wildlife that's mostly, you don't want to go it to waste, so something maybe a turkey along the road she'll pick up and make little turkey jewelry. She has bracelets, she has elk ivory, so if that's something you're into, that's a big thing of hers.
Talon, who's sitting off camera over here. He's going to be taking some. He's going to be
He waves.
taking some turkey leg earrings home to Melissa.
Turkey leg. Hopefully turkey feather. Maybe not turkey leg. Yeah.
Oh, man. So there's stuff for women. There's obviously stuff for guys. Anyone that's a hunter, but it's more
Yeah.
than just hunting, right? It's
Yeah.
other outdoor stuff as well. I mean, Kuyu's here for hunting.
Mm-hmm.
There's obviously going to be hunting stuff. The Game Commission's here, but DCNR is here as well, right? So
Yeah.
like hiking and some things like that.
Yeah, and another cool vendor too. If you don't get drawn for an elk tag, we actually have a vendor here that does bear hunts up in Quebec, Canada. So they're from Cinnamahoning, which is cool. So a local vendor, and they do hunts up in Canada.
And of course, once you get here, right? Everyone, the first thing you're going to do when you get here, first you're going to see, wow, there's tents everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Thing two is you're just gonna smell a cacophony of just wonderful
Do you smell the popcorn?
aromas. We've
That's
been
all I can
smelling
smell.
barbecue, popcorn. We've been smelling French fries. I can see funnel cakes from here. They're
The lemonades.
lemonades.
Lemonades,
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean straw beer is here.
They are.
Right? So, don't plan on bringing lunch, right? Like
Oh, no.
you have more
You'll
than
be fine.
your share of options to choose from.
Yeah.
So, how do people get here? In case
Yeah.
someone's watching this and they're getting ready to come here, it's packed, right?
is
So,
packed.
how are they supposed to get up here to the visitor center?
Yeah, so unfortunately we do have limited parking, but it's not a problem at all. We have, I think, 3 to 4 parking areas right in town with lots of signs. So you just pull in anywhere. We have shuttles that will get you up here. It's $5 per carload, not per person. So 5 per carload.
Per carload, even better.
Yeah.
Even better. And so that'll bring you up, and then it's sort of just the shuttles are just running, right?
Yep.
So it's not like you only have a certain amount of time or you have to leave at a certain time or anything. It's when the shuttle's here, they're going to take you, and they're just doing the loop and taking
And even
you
if
back.
you're here all day, there's no way you can see everything.
No.
Really, there's seminars all day. There's shopping. I mean,
So
really.
that's the next thing I want to talk about is there's seminars here, right? So it's not just a whole bunch of fun. It's also learning some things if you want to, right? Which is
Oh
right
yeah,
up my alley.
you have to.
Name a couple of the seminars that are going on.
Yeah, so I mean, it's such a wild variety. So we have snakes in Pennsylvania. We have the bear biologist, which hopefully is going to be bringing a bear today. We have the reintroduction of the American marten by Tom Keller, and just so many other things. Yeah,
And
Elk Smart.
Of course, Jeremy Banfield's going to be here.
Oh yeah,
right?
I've seen him. He's here.
Yep, I saw him walking through. He's going to be joining later today, along with Bryan Burhans, and he's the elk biologist, and so he'll give his spiel. We also have entertainment too.
Yeah, we have lots of live music. So not only today and tomorrow, we have Dos Hombres, which will be playing during the PGC raffle, and then we'll have the usual Wrangler band playing tomorrow during the Kika.
Yeah. So we have all this stuff for adults. What about kids?
Oh my gosh.
I said this is family friendly, but what do we have for kids?
Seriously. So in the back section here, that is mostly kid friendly. So we have caricature artists, we have face painting, we have the at-ladle throwing. We actually have a new fishing experience, which is
Ooh.
kind of cool. So it's in the front of the area. It's like deep sea fishing. So you put the belt on, and then you get a deep sea fishing pole, and it's tied into this machine, and it really like reels you in. It's and there's a TV. You kind of pick between salmon, or you want to reel in a dolphin. Oh, it's so cool.
That's cool. And then the Game Commission's here with their National Archery in the Schools program, their NAS program, so kids can try shooting a bow. And then there's an archaeological dig
Yeah,
happening, right?
so that's right behind the building, and they can get bones. I mean, it's just really cool.
Yeah, so there really is something for everyone. Mom, dad, grandparents, kids. I mean, there's something for everyone up here to do. You're not going to be bored whenever
No.
you're here, that's for sure.
Not at all.
So what are the big things that we got going on here for Kika wise? Just for Kika, if people are coming, how can they support Kika's mission of protecting
Yeah.
and helping elk for current and future generations?
So inside of our gift shop, it's a good thing to purchase anything. Everything that we have is USA made. So it's a local. We have a lot of local artisans in the area, and all of the money that stays from Kika stays right here in Pennsylvania. So that's kind of worth mentioning too. So very unique.
Yeah, and then there's a couple tents up. that you
Yeah.
have as well,
I
right?
think we have 2 Kika tents, so
Two
they're
Kika
selling
tents.
Elk Expo merchandise and elk tag raffles and just a few other things.
Let's talk about that elk tag raffle because here at 10 o'clock, we're going to have last year's winner on.
Yep.
And then right after that at 11 o'clock, we're going to have the outfitter for the Kika tag on. So what if someone draws, how much they have to pay for it? What do they get whenever they're drawn?
Yeah, so the cool part about this year, this is our 10th anniversary elk tag. I don't know if you knew that.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so 10th year, we're going to find our 10th winner. I'm kind of hoping it's a woman because I think that'd be really cool if we can get a woman hunter.
I'm
for
sorry.
The 10th
I'm sorry to
anniversary.
break it to you, but I have the winning ticket in my wallet.
I mean, I hope you do. I will see what happens. But so it's $25. I know the online shut off has happened at this point, but you can still purchase at the Elk Country Visitor Center up until 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay.
So-
And it'll be pulled tomorrow at
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
Yep, and that'll be back in our usual eco building.
Okay. And it just for anyone who hasn't seen it yet, I got to see it last year, and it was pretty cool. They brought a bunch of kids
Yeah.
up that were here. They played Heads and Heinies, which is a fun little game that I didn't even know about. And then the winner of that got to pull the tag out.
Yeah.
And then the cool thing about it is you write your phone number on the little stub that they pull, right? So they call the person. And last year when they called, the person picked up. Roy, who you're going to hear from here in a little bit, he had some colorful language to showcase his excitement there
Yeah.
real quick. But it was really cool to see that and see just how the whole process works and
Definitely.
hear how excited he was whenever he won it.
Oh my gosh. And then if you ever heard a story from last year, which you probably remember, he bought it at the 100-mile yard sale. Just as like kind of a whim. He's like, sure, I'll buy it. I think he bought a $100 pack, a 6-pack. And yeah, he just draw, never thought anything of it.
So-
and he's still on cloud 9, really.
Oh,
You wait till you talk to him.
So what do you get? What all is involved with?
Oh my
with winning
gosh.
that?
So this is the best tag, honest to gosh. So you get the elk tag, which you then have to purchase the hunting license. So you will have to have a hunting license. But we get the butchering service, the taxidermy, the guide service. You get a 1-week stay, and you can also have it filmed by Tom Bob Outdoors as well.
And the tag is good from the start until all the way
Yes.
through the end of the season.
Yep. So you're not limited to a couple days. It's 56 days. You can hunt any weapon and any zone. So that's cool.
During the time that weapon is allowed,
yes,
right? Like you can't use a
56
rifle in archer
days.
season, but
Right.
if you're someone like me who hunts with both a bow and a rifle,
Yeah.
you can start on day one with your
Yeah.
archery tackle, and if you don't get a bull, keep going all the way to the end and switch into a rifle.
Yeah, yep. And we have Roy Moon's bull here last year. So his mount actually just got finished, his shoulder mount, which also comes with the tag from Cessna's Taxidermy. It is inside the Elk Country Visitor Center as we speak, which scored 378 and 7/8 last year.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna have to take a look at that. I haven't
unique.
seen that. It's
Very
different
cool.
in person compared
Oh.
to seeing it in pictures.
I agree.
So, again, give everyone just the elevator's pitch of why you should. I hate to say this because I want you to keep watching the live stream at home, but why should you get off the couch, get off your phone, and come to Elk Expo?
Yeah, so this is one of the best days of the year. So I know people here, oh my gosh, there's so many people up there. Believe me, we are so spread out. We have 200 and I think 40 or 50 acres along here, and we have 120 vendors spread out. There's lots of room, and yeah, just please bring your family up, and there's something for everybody.
And don't let the rain scare you.
No.
There's a little bit of rain, but it's not bad at all.
No.
So just a quick umbrella or poncho, and you'll stay more than dry. It actually is nice. It's not super hot.
Right.
Up here.
Yesterday, woo. It was a scorcher yesterday.
You say woo, but I was here setting up yesterday, and it was way better than where I
The
live
top
down
of
in
my head
Westmoreland
got
County.
burnt a little bit. So I'm happy for the rain.
So if you're trying to beat the heat a little bit, come up here.
Yeah.
The breeze is nice.
Oh, it is.
Right?
Yeah.
We're on top of the hill.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got a good spot up here. Get some wind flow.
Yep. So if you're at home and you're looking for something to do this weekend, come on up to Elk Expo either today or tomorrow. And it's at the Visitors Center here, 950 Winslow Hill, although you can't really park up here unless you got the handicap.
Yeah.
But look for the signs, right, for the shuttle. Come on up. Something for everybody.
Definitely.
Morgan, thank you. I really appreciate it. You stopping by, and I know you're going to be busy. So
I am. I'm on the move.
I'm just going to say, you know what? Go ahead and go. And have fun today.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Cool.
Good deal.
Hey, can you do me a favor?
Yes.
Can you go on Facebook?
It worked last time.
I know. It should still be going. Can you see if if there's volume to it right now?
Yeah. As long as my service keeps dropping in and out.
You know what? I got their Wi-Fi, so. I'll have to look. I'll just look on my end.
Is it Elk Expo? Or Kika Guest? Kika Private?
Kika Private. Hello. All right, everyone, welcome back. And now, joined by Roy Moon,
Yes.
the winner of the 2022
Yeah.
Kika Elk Tag Raffle, which is quite the tag, right?
It is the tag. in
I've been buying it
Pennsylvania.
for a couple of years now. I didn't realize this is the 10th year for it. Morgan just told us that last hour, and it includes a guide, outfitter guide, includes a tag, right? Obviously, includes taxidermy, includes processing. Tom Bob Outdoors can
Yep.
film it, which you have the shirt
I'm
on.
advertising for him.
So we'll get to this, but
Okay.
Whether you had them come out or not, we'll get to the whole story. That's what we're going to be doing, is talking about your story here.
Okay.
But it was, from my understanding, which of course makes a whole lot of sense, it was quite the experience for you.
Yes.
So first, I'm going to say you're a local guy. You're a local guy to me and Talon and my dad here, right? You're from Butler.
I'm from Butler.
Yeah,
Yes.
we talked a little bit beforehand. I love seeing the local names whenever I see the tags drawn, just
Yeah.
because it feels like, I was closer to winning it. You know?
I have a better chance. It
Yeah.
happens in Pennsylvania.
So let's start from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
When did you buy the tickets? And was this something that you had bought the raffle ticket before?
No, I had never bought them before. I never heard an elk bugle before in the woods. Never seen them in the woods.
Oh man.
Came up here for the 100-mile garage sale. Good friend of mine, John, and bought the tickets. And he came up to see Ben, and Ben's just sitting there on his cell phone showing elk after elk after elk. And I'm like, well, I made a donation. I said, I bought 6 tickets, but it's a donation to a good cause. Never gave it another thought. And they were sitting on the dresser. I'm driving home from flea market, and I get an 814 call. I don't know anyone in 814. Who the heck's this? So I answered, and it was Rawley. And I just kind of was listening to him, and I'm in a fog. I'm like, there's no way. I couldn't have won this. And finally they convinced me, and then they went around and everyone's congratulate you. And I'm just buzzing. I didn't know what was going on. So I got off the phone with them, and I drove over to John's house. And I'm like, I won. And he's like, what'd you win? I'm like, the ticket. And then the raffle. And he just bounced out of the chair. And I'm like, what did I win? I don't even remember what all was included in this ticket. So his wife went through and, pulled it up online. And then I tell my wife, and she's just listening to me tell all this stuff. And then I went to YouTube. I'm like, I got to confirm for myself. So I watched a YouTube video where they're holding Hunter, this little boy,
Yep.
upside down. He has 3 tickets in his hand, and he drops to 1. Roy Moon from Butler County. So that was just the start of it.
Yeah.
From that point on, I was just floating.
You know, I was here last year and was standing in the back while they were doing the whole production and with the sheriff and everything, and it was cool. It's the first time I've seen it. It was a cool experience. You know, Rawley talks about Kika and sort of what they've done for the past year and raising money, we're spending money. You know, more acres that they're helping with, things like that. And then they pull the tag. They get the kid, right? And he said, hanging there by his feet. And then they called you right there, as you said. They had the microphone held up to the phone, so everyone in the education center could hear that conversation, which was funny, you know.
What do you say? I mean, you say hello, and then they're telling you you just won the tag of Pennsylvania.
Tag, yeah. Yeah, one of 2 governor's tags that are given out here. I mean, that's impressive. So, you're a hunter.
I hunt whitetail, pheasant, all the normal size
Pennsylvania
things.
stuff. Yeah. So, have you ever been elk hunting before?
No.
Not out west.
I never heard them bugle. I never saw a group of them in the woods. No, nothing.
So this was going to be a brand new experience for you, for sure.
Everything. We saw 2 bull on the way to the 100-mile sale. That was the first time I saw elk. And I'm like, they're massive. And look, totally amazed, but never put that one that's in there right now is going to be on my wall here in about another week.
Spoiler alert: he was successful. Let's work our way up to that.
All right, sorry.
Anyone,
it's hard to hold back.
Anyone that's on social media, they know, right?
Yeah.
They saw the pictures. Kika's put them out. They've been all over social media. So, although people might have forgotten by now, that was almost a year ago.
Yeah.
So you had 2 weeks last year until the start of archery season.
Yep.
So now you get through the whole oh my God, shock.
Yeah.
Oh my, I won. Now what was your process, right? Like what all did you have to do?
Well, the next thing is, oh my gosh, what rifle am I going to use? What do you need to bring one of these beasts down? And I talked to Larry, and he calmed me down. He's like, your 30-06 will work fine. My next thing is, I've never shot really over 100 yards. I'm in Pennsylvania woods. I don't need a long shot. So I got a hold of my buddy Dave, ex-Marine, and he took me out to the range, and he just sat there and watched every part of my mechanics, straightened me out. By the time I was done, about 180 shells later, I was hitting a silhouette 200 yards, and that's all I did. I just kept shooting silhouette. So he got me to that point, and I'll tell you the yardage later.
Okay.
That was my biggest concern. And then when I got there, it's like, it's hot here. I don't hunt when it's that hot. I'm used to having all the heavy clothes on for whitetail. So yeah, that was weird.
So because the tag itself is good from the start of archery season through 56 days.
Yeah, it's
so
like the beginning of November.
So if you wanted to, you could hunt archery then rifle. Archery never entered your thought process.
When we went in September, right after Labor Day, I was up. We saw a beautiful 8x8, gorgeous, mirror image on a Sunday. And then on Monday, we're out looking for it. Couldn't find it. And it rained, and I got wet. Tuesday, I started getting a little bit of a sinus thing. By Wednesday, I had COVID.
Oh, jeez.
So back home I go. Fortunately, none of them got it. My daughter's a nurse, and she was treating me like sinuses. And then finally we got to the point where I'm like, take me home. I can't move. And got over that, and that's why I kind of skipped archery. Plus, he was really busy with archery.
So you did go out in archery season?
No, I was right after archery.
Okay,
beginning of October.
Okay.
So yeah, but then I come back up with Amanda, my daughter, and we went out. Let's see, what was it? Friday. We saw the bull I got. Saturday morning we were out, and it was foggy. We saw one glimpse of him, and he went down over the hill into property that we couldn't hunt on. He went down in the swamp lunchtime, and we're just kind of sitting around waiting for them to come back out. They came back out, And I'm watching, and there's 2 bull in the front, a bunch of cows, and there's deer, there's turkey. This one power line had like every animal I ever hunted other than bear. And they're just all circling around and stuff. We got the tripod set up, and it was set up short. So I'm like leaning over on this tripod, and I'm shooting uphill. And Matt's on my back, just wait for him to get around, just coaching me along. Finally, he come out, and he stood broadside to me. And I'm waiting, and Matt's like, let him, and I shot. When I shot, it was 212 yards.
Okay.
I hit him on the left side, and he was on a hill, and I was shooting, so I went higher on the right side, but took out his lungs. He like spurred up, I put a new shell in, and I look, and he's in the woods. Because it was just a gas line. And it's like, okay. So we waited for everyone else to clear. Another bull come out. We thought it might have been him, but he has those unique curls on him. Makes him real easy to spot. So they all cleared out, and we're walking up there, and I don't see any blood. I'm like, oh crap. And Ben's like, relax. The whitetail bleed a lot more than they do. So, okay. So then the joy of having a video, we wind back on the video to see what tree he went in by. And Larry went in down that way, and we went up above, and I hear bingo from Larry. It went in about 50 foot. We heard something fall. It was him. He just fell over.
So Tom Bob Outdoors did video.
They
your hunt
videotaped
then.
the whole thing, and they broadcast it. I think it was February.
Okay.
But,
so, I mean, how many people were with you whenever you shot that elk?
There was me, Matt on my back, Amanda, Ben, Larry, and who else was? Someone else. One other guide was with us. By the time the word got out, there was like 8 of us. I mean, it was like a magnet. All of a sudden, people were just showing up. But they took care of all the paperwork, which there's a lot of paperwork with an elk, taking samples. They gutted it. My daughter got in there. She grabbed the heart, and she was helping diagnose what every other part was in the animal. And I'm like, it's something she enjoys. It's a nurse thing. But then we had 2 boards, and we drug this thing up onto the flatbed. And it was like 7 of us, and it was a healthy drag because they were estimating them weighing around 750.
Jeez.
So, but yeah, they did all the paperwork, got all that, pictures.
That is such a Pennsylvania thing.
Oh yeah.
To shoot an elk, field dress it, and drag it out like it's a whitetail. You go out west, and they're gonna quarter it up, right?
Yeah. We were so lucky. It was a beautiful afternoon. Happened 4:30. And he could pull, it was his property, he pulled the truck up right to it.
Okay.
So we were able to just drag it on because otherwise, I don't know, I hear they use horses. And I can believe it because I don't hear how many people you have, it'd be fun.
So once you got the elk, you got it up onto the flatbed, where to go then?
We stopped everywhere we stopped. All these people stopped because it's the only elk in town that's on the back of a flatbed. So people getting their pictures taken with it. We stopped and got ice in it, took it to Larry's house, and then the next morning came here for the biologist. We met him here, and he took the samples and teeth and pulled the tusks for me. And then we were here probably an hour and a half. People were just all around, checking everything out. And then from there, we went over to the taxidermist. He pulled the antlers, took out the brain to send in to get checked. And then we went to the butcher shop. And he's jacking this thing up. It goes clear to his roof, and the front holster's still on the ground. I'm like, holy smokes. So yeah, it was, every part of it was just unbelievable. I mean, we had a hard time getting out of here. We had to basically get in the truck and drive away. Because people weren't leaving.
Like paparazzi following you, taking pictures.
It was crazy.
Yeah, I mean that.
Yeah.
The first picture I saw came from Larry, the outfitter, Trophy Rack Outfitters, and then all of a sudden it was like this flood of pictures, which looked like they were all the pictures from here at Kika, and every once in a while you'd see one, from in town or something like that pop up. Let's go back to that sort of moment of truth. Nervous?
I'm leaning on the tripod. Matt's on my back, and I'm like holding, and I was pretty on most of the time. I shot, and I put a new round in, and for some reason I decided I need to put another bullet in my clip. I dropped the clip. I'm trying to get the bullet to go in the clip. There's no way. I couldn't even get close to getting that thing in the clip, so I just put the clip back in again. But yeah, it was just like a flood. And then once we got to the bull, I'm just looking at the thing, and it's huge. And, you know, we took all of our pictures, and I just sat back and just sucked it in. Gary from last year, he won last year. That was one of his biggest pieces of advice. Absorb it all in. Just sit back and absorb it all in, because they're doing everything. You know, so that was the biggest thing for me, just absorbing it all. My daughter was there, which made it even more special.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was just so much to take in.
So did you have to take off time from work?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I had
Was that even a,
5 or 6.
Was that even a question, or you just?
No, I had to. I had to explain to some of them what an elk was, because they're down in Memphis and I work out of Pittsburgh, and so yeah, I was sending pictures, and then I told them, like, I had 380 pounds of meat in a new freezer, because the old freezer was not fitting any part of that. So yeah, we bought a new freezer to put this thing in, and it's full of elk meat. You know, just the whole thing, and then, you know, different people wanted to know the caliber, the distance, and just lots of friends of mine at work hunt. So everyone had questions. Everyone that was a hunter first said something, usually a swear word or two, towards me, and then it was all about congratulating. So, I mean, pretty much my daughter, when I called her, she goes, "I'll free my calendar up. Let me know when we're going." So she was instantly my guide. So, and of course, every morning my daughter fixed her hair, made sure her camo matched. And I'm like, "What are you doing?" "Well, if we get pictures, I want to look good." So, you know, just different things like that were happening. And it was just so much different stuff going on. So it'll be with me forever. I mean, every day I'll open that door, and he's going to be right there in the ceiling, not the ceiling, on the sidewall. And, you know, he's the entrance to the man cave.
Now, okay, so that was going to be my next question: is where are you going to put it in your house? I mean,
Yeah.
Do you have whitetail mounts in your house?
Yes, I have like a couple downstairs, and
Right, but a couple don't even take up as
No.
much space as this one, right?
No.
So you got to have space for it. Where's it going?
living room wasn't an option, according to my wife.
Okay.
So
that was a question.
the
I
garage was the absolute failback, because it's probably 12 foot high. But going to our basement, there's one set of stairs down, then a landing, and then the other set. It's 11 foot high. There was a wall in the middle. It's not there anymore. So it's just going to go on the far wall. So when you open the door, you're basically eye to eye with it. So
Yeah, I always like to think about that and ask people, like, where do you put your mounts? Because my wife and I have an agreement that my mounts, my antlers, don't go in the house. They go downstairs, right? In what's my man cave, right? Mm-hmm. And we've come to the agreement that whenever we build our house, you know, she's going to be in charge of the whole house except for the basement. That's my spot. So I know that that's where, you know, stuff is going to go. I wasn't sure how excited your wife was to say, like, hey,
You know, at first she was excited for me, but then if you watch Big Bang Theory, remember Howard Wolowitz when he went into space? Everything related to space. That's how I was with y'all.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Just shut up. Don't say the word elk." And I'm like, I can't help it. And then some other people would ask something, and she'd just be like, "Can we quit it?" But she'll be glad now that it's calming down a little bit. But it just seems like, well, my daughter, she's a nurse. Guy's post-operative, getting ready to leave. She sees he has an elk hat. "Oh, you know about the Kika Center?" He goes, "Oh, yeah, I know about it." And she goes, "Well, my dad won that raffle last year." "You're Roy Moon's daughter?" And I'm like, you know, that's how it was. I mean, just things like that.
You know, I was daydreaming last year whenever the tags were being pulled, and I was in my head thinking, like, you know, if I got a nice bull, like where my house is small, our basement is unfinished, right? Even though that's my spot, and I'm like, I couldn't bring myself to put right an elk mount in the basement, and I'm thinking, man, how would I convince my wife, or how much pain do I want to put myself in to hang that mount above the couch in the living room where you would see it right when you walk in the front door. And it's like, man, would I really put myself through all that and like really basically never win another argument the rest of my life just to do that? And it's
Yeah,
like,
she would yell.
yeah. I have a feeling it might have to go up at camp or something, but I don't even know if it would fit in camp.
That was the only place I could think of. And she's like, there's a wall there. I said, well, that's a small issue. We can get rid of that. So, yeah, it's going to be the perfect spot. And I was teasing her, when you open the door, I'm going to have a bugle song go off. It'll be a spotlight on it.
That would be good. So you mentioned 380 pounds of meat.
Yeah,
That's a lot of good meals.
it's a lot of meat.
Have you had elk meat before?
No.
No. So this is.
Oh, no, I take it back. John had shot a cow, I don't know, 5-6 years ago and brought
Okay.
the roast to camp. So I did have a roast.
Okay. So how would you explain to someone the difference or the sameness between elk meat versus deer meat?
Elk meat has a less gamey taste, no fat on it. I mean, I got stew meat and I'm looking at it, I'm like, I don't have to do anything to this. I just cut a couple pieces smaller. The steaks, you just have to watch cooking them because they cook so fast. But no, I think it tastes a lot better than the whitetail.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Venison from whitetail's
it
great,
tastes
right?
good, but not as.
They're pretty much the same, but the elk is a little bit better.
It's really
in my
dark.
opinion. Yeah.
The meat's real dark. But
That dark red, almost like a purple
Yeah.
color to it. So, what have you been making with this elk meat?
let's see, anything I used hamburger for, the steaks, just eating them as steaks. You know, I got a part of it shaved, so we're going to try and do like a hot roast beef sandwich with it.
Okay.
Just all sorts of stuff. Philly steakums, you know, with it. Just all sorts.
What's your favorite recipe so far?
I kind of like the sloppy joes. I'm just
Sloppy
a big
Joes.
sloppy Joe fan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the steak is really good.
Are you a chili fan?
Oh yeah, chili's been in there. We did an elk chili.
I have a good elk chili that came recipe that came from out west when my dad went out and
Oh,
got his
okay.
elk. So I'll share that
Yeah,
with you
share
whenever
that
we're
with me.
off the air here. Has a little bit of tequila in it.
Oh.
And that's sort of we've adjusted it, tried different things, different alcohols.
Whether
but,
at home or camp.
Yeah, and how much you put in, you know, all
Who the
that kind
crowd
of
is
stuff.
eating.
Right.
I
yeah,
know that.
exactly. But yeah, I mean, you know, I haven't had elk meat since I was young because that's whenever my family members went out west in Montana and got elk. But I just remember it tasting so good.
Yeah.
Which is why I put in for any tag, right?
Yeah.
Any sex tag. Because I don't care if it's a bull or cow. I want the meat. I mean,
Yeah.
don't get me wrong. I would love to shoot a real nice bull, but
Yeah.
I want the meat. You know, that's I as a culinary teacher.
Oh, okay.
I love cooking and trying new things and that kind of stuff. And I would just love to have some elk meat in the freezer.
Yep.
I would be like you. I'd probably have to be buying the new freezer.
Yeah.
Have you shared the meat with anyone?
Oh yeah, a lot of the family. One guy, he does our yard fertilizing, and he was telling me about his dog. I said, you know, what are you using it for? To hunt sheds. I said, well, I got a shed that I found, and I took him downstairs because I still had the horns then. And he's like, I remember seeing you. So yeah, it was so much fun just showing people that, and like trying to carry them around. They're heavy.
Oh, yeah.
They're like 50 pounds, and then you're trying to move one end while the other end hits you in the back of the head, and it's like once we get this thing hung up, it's staying there. But it's going to be fun just hanging it up on the stairs. I have a couple people coming with scaffolding and such.
So not something that I'm overly concerned with, but a lot of people want to know, and I'm even generally interested. You know, we score antlers, right? And that all started back with Theodore Roosevelt as a way to sort of gauge herd health over a long span of time. So Pennsylvania has some tremendous bulls.
Oh yeah.
So what did your bull score?
It was green. It was 401. When it finally dried out, it was 378, I believe.
It shrunk over 20 inches total. Holy crap!
The one brow tine is shorter, way shorter than
Okay.
the other ones, and that's what he said hurt its score.
Yeah.
So other than that, it's a 9x11, and it's got a curl on this antler, which makes it real easy to find in any game cam picture, and then it has one here that actually pushes on its ear.
Really?
So it's really unique, and that's what the fact that it's even coming home with me is awesome, but having that kind of stuff on it's pretty cool.
So how much meat do you have left?
I'd say
Circle
I
back.
probably got half of it.
Half?
Yeah. Now I'm
Okay.
going to start putting more out because they freeze. I had them shrink wrap it.
Okay.
But I'm going to start passing out more because I'm not going to eat 200 pounds of meat in any moment in time.
I don't know. I think I'd be having that every night. Whether,
A lot of
I-
crock pot stuff.
I'm the only one in the house that eats venison. Mainly, my wife
Yeah.
doesn't eat it very much. What I feel like if I made some elk for her, it'd be a different story, right? Because we talk about it. It has a better flavor to it, a little bit closer to beef.
Yeah.
A little, as far as venison goes, it's closer to beef
Yeah.
than whitetail would be. So I think she might like it more. But whether she did or not, I'd be having elk meat every night for dinner.
Well, I'm working at home right now, so I probably am going to start amping up my lunches with elk.
But even that being said, I
Yeah.
mean, that 380 pounds, like that's
It's a lot of meat
that's
when
a lot of meat.
you start shoving it in the freezer and you're like, it didn't actually all fit in there. I had to put 50-pound of hamburger in the other one for the burger because it wouldn't all fit in that freezer. So I'm like, and it's a big freezer.
Oh, man.
But yeah, it was every single part of it. I mean, Rawley and Ben, all the people at Kika, it's been awesome working with them. I went to the outdoor show for them
Okay.
and had the horns, and I'm telling people all about this raffle ticket. And the raffle ticket, I had a knife maker made me a knife. I guess he makes the winner of the Kika tag a knife, and all sorts of little odds and end things like that came into play. Larry and Vicky, we stayed at their house. They fed us and everything. It was awesome.
That's really my next question. I mean, why should people purchase this tag? The online purchasing is done. It ended on Wednesday this past week, just because they can't get you the ticket in time through
Yeah.
the mail. But for the people that are coming up here or for next year,
It's right over there.
why? Yeah, why should people purchase this raffle ticket?
If you're a hunter, there's no better tag, and you're still in, Pennsylvania. It's local. The people that I mentioned, everyone's awesome to deal with. The package, to get the amount of time you can use whatever you want as far as a weapon. They take care of everything, getting it out of the woods, all that. The butcher, everything's taken care of. You get a chance to basically absorb it all and enjoy the moment instead of having to, you have to run it here, you have to drag it there, getting it out of the woods. How do you get 750 pounds out of the woods? They use horses and everything else. But I never drug something that big. Deer, I'm calling people. That thing, I'm calling
grabbing the
trucks.
side by side.
Yeah, I'm grabbing something. But the whole experience for $25 chance, you can't beat it. I mean, other than the Powerball here when it's up around $1 billion, for a hunter, this is your lottery. I mean, everything's there. You go in, you enjoy the whole experience. You have that terrifying moment when you have to pull the trigger and all the pressure's on you. But, that's what you do as a hunter. And, when that gun went off and I saw the thing lurch, my heart was going 90 mile an hour. I'm like, oh my gosh. And then I never was so fast to getting the bolt back, and he's gone. Like, I was really fast. And he was gone.
Now that's the winner reason, right? That's the
Yeah.
winner. You're the
Yeah.
winner of the tag. That's the reason. But let's go back to the beginning.
Yeah.
Whenever you bought the tickets,
I-
you said it was a donation.
It was a donation.
right?
Yeah.
So, and there's only one winner, and there's tens of thousands of these tickets that are sold,
Yep.
right? So, for the people like me
Mm-hmm.
that haven't won, which is going to be the vast majority of people, why do you buy this ticket? Like, why spend the money for this raffle if it's not obviously not a guarantee you're going to get it?
Nothing's a guarantee. You know, I mean, any ticket you buy, anything you put money towards. For me, it was a donation, first of all. Yeah, it's a chance to win, but I didn't see me doing that. But it just shows any person, any day, buying these tickets. If you have the one ticket, because Rawley's like, I have the one ticket that won, so I have to get that off of them. But anyone could win just by spending $25, which, yeah, $25 will buy you maybe McDonald's anymore. But, the experience after, it's a lifetime. There's not going to be any forgetting this moment. My daughter was right there with me. You won't lose this memory, and you'll have an elk to remind you every day. So for $25, what an awesome chance to take and see if you win this experience.
Yeah, and even if you don't win, whether you do or not, that money's going to a good cause.
Oh,
right?
definitely.
Which we're going to be talking about later today with Rawley. What they're doing with that money, because I mean it's hundreds of thousands of dollars that they're making just off this raffle, and it's being put to a good cause. Habitat and all kinds of good stuff. We'll talk about that later today. But this is such a great organization, and I think it really shows itself with this tag and everything that comes with it and the experience. And it's not just, hey, here are the people you need to talk to, outfitters, stuff like that. They continue that communication with you, and they work with you. And
I talk to all of them.
Yeah, and you come here with your elk, and they're hosting your elk here from last year, and you went to the outdoor show, and
I even came to their Christmas party. They have a Christmas party for all their chapters, because that's when they showed the video. And I spoke at that, and just hearing these different people, and I didn't realize that there's all sort of sub-chapters around supporting the elk. I'm like, this is such an organization that I didn't realize anything about. And, I was talking to Rawley. I said, I plan on volunteering in the future and staying involved in the program. It's a great program.
And that right there, I think, speaks to how great this organization is, and why I'm so readily willing and able to partner with them, right? And help them out, because they're doing such great work, and they're not a hands-off organization. They're working with you, they're talking to you so much so that you're saying, hey, I want to volunteer, I want to help out, I want to help with the mission. So that's great. Roy, I want to thank you for coming on.
Oh, thank you. It's been fun.
You've made me very jealous. You've also made me very hopeful that I'm going to be getting this tag. So,
hey, some dad from Butler, just happened to buy some tickets and won. I didn't buy 1,000 tickets. I didn't do anything special. I bought 6 tickets with a friend of mine at his encouragement, and, it's been a life changer for the past year. And seeing it every day is going to keep that going. And I told my daughter, once I'm gone, that it goes to her, and then she can decide what to do, because she was there and had the same memories. So,
well, Roy Moon joining us. Thank you again.
Thank you.
We'll be back at 11 o'clock with Larry, who you talked about. So talking about how to find an outfitter and everything. And as always, as you see in the upper corner there, this is one of the sponsors, Wild Rooted. So make sure you give Wild Rooted a check on Facebook and Instagram and their website, wildrooted.com. Roy, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate hearing the story, and have a fun rest of the weekend.
I will. It's nice, because I feel like I'm giving up my reign, and I can relax once they pull that name. Someone else will get to experience all that I've been experiencing for a year.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Hope it's you. Although my daughter, she's kind of hoping too.
We got sound. All right, Talon Konjak here with the podcast, and I'm sitting here with Larry, a guide here. Do you want to introduce yourself? Tell us.
I'm
who you're with?
Larry Guenot from Trophy Rack Lodge there, and we're an elk outfitter here in PA.
Okay, and I saw you brought a crowd for the podcast too.
Oh yeah. A lot of my guides are here for the drawing today,
Yeah.
and that'll be going on around 3 o'clock, and after that we'll be headed home making phone calls.
And how's that work? So like that's kind of what I'm interested in. I always put in for elk tags. I put in for the Kika ticket. So I pull an elk tag. I win the ticket. I start getting phone calls. You're one of the people making those calls. Like, what am I expecting as someone who's pulling a tag?
Well, first of all, you're going to be getting calls from most of the outfitters, And the big important thing about when you pick an outfitter, you want to make sure you get the right one, that he's familiar with the area, a guide that's, basically knows the zone well, and being local really helps me, We've got a lot of, all the guides are local and stuff, and that really helps me. So when you tell them, if I go there and, the guys, the hunter's talking to me saying, hey, where are you from? Well, I live right here, and your guy's going to be so-and-so, he's local. So he's there 24/7. That makes us know what's going on in the zone, where the big bulls are, and, with their cameras out right now, we probably got 35 cameras out, in different zones and stuff, and that makes a big difference. It's very important that you pick a guide and know that he's a good outfitter. Ask him, hey, how long's your guide been, in that zone? And just stuff like that there, because it's going to make a difference. The better he knows the zone, the better it's going to be for you.
Yeah. So you're not just in it for the paycheck. You live this. I mean,
Right.
This is what you guys do all day, every day. This isn't just hunting season.
I mean, every morning I'm getting pictures. My guides are sending me pictures. And behind every good outfitter, it's the guides. The guides mean a lot. That means a lot to me. I mean, I've got between 32 and 35 guides. And, that's a lot of guides. And, they're out there, I'm not saying they're out there every morning, but their cameras are there. So we know what's going on, in the zones and stuff. And that's very important, You get a bull tag in Pennsylvania, you want to get the best guide to kill a big bull.
Yeah, and that's the word we keep getting. You guys do a fantastic job, and you're a great guide group up here. And you said you had 32
to 35 guides, different guides, and that makes a difference,
Yeah. So you get a lot of individual attention.
Yeah.
With that.
Yeah. And as far as I'm concerned, the guides makes you. That my guides make me what I am.
Yeah.
And we had 29 bull hunts last year. There's a reason for that. I just tell everybody that draws a tag, just do your homework.
Right. Well, what homework is that we should be doing? Because one day I put in every year for the tag, still haven't got it yet. But, when I do, what homework am I doing?
Probably the first thing you asked, how many bulls have you killed in that zone?
Yeah.
What kind of size bulls do you kill in that zone? There's so many times. I mean, we take hunters out. And we're passing up bull after bull after bull because we know what's in that zone. Hey, come Thursday, Friday, you might say to the guy, that's a Thursday bull, that's a Friday bull. But right now, we're hunting this bull here. We have him on camera, and we know he's here, and we're going to go after that bull. The first 2 or 3 days, that's a bull we're going to, go after. Don't get me wrong now. If we see one that's, just similar to him or something, maybe he pops up in your zone, which happens a lot, we're going to, try to kill that bull, but there's a lot of bulls out there that hey, we don't kill them all, the big ones. We might be hunting. Last year we killed a bull that was 465 inches. We were after that bull. He was in one zone for probably 7-8 years. He disappeared. I knew he wasn't killed because I had almost all the hunters in that zone. That was zone 13. And here he moved out into zone 10, and we killed him last year. and he ended up scoring 465, and we killed him in archery season with a crossbow, and he's the #1 bull in the world.
Yeah.
You know, and that's
Out of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, out of Pennsylvania, the #1 bull in the world ever killed with a crossbow, non-typical now.
Yeah.
You know, he ended up gross scoring 465, and you know, that's just a bull that's probably going to be the #1 archery bull in non-typical bull in Pennsylvania for a long time.
Yeah, no kidding.
You know,
465.
and we also got the #1 bull typical that we killed a couple years ago in Zone 13. Is a typical bull. It ended up scoring 381, and he gross scored 420. And you know, that's what we're looking for. You know, we passed up many bulls before we killed that bull. You know, and it was a great hunt. You know, it's one we'll always remember. You know, we had to bring a dog in, and he wounded it, and we ended up getting the next day. You know, the bull didn't go far, but we didn't want to take no chances of jumping it without, you know, getting another shot at it, and we did. You know, so that's, you know, like I said, it's very important you get guides that knows what's going on in the zones that you pick.
Right.
You know.
So like clearly you guys you know the area, you put down bulls, you put in the work, you live here all year.
Right.
You know, but as you're calling people that win the tickets, how am I supposed to differentiate between you and another guy's like what's some red flag when I answer the phone that I should be looking for? Maybe that might not be the best outfitter, or is maybe
first of all, you might want to look at your caller ID. You know, you're from the Pittsburgh area and you get a call from a guy that lives 15 or 20 miles away from you, and you're looking at caller ID. Well, you only live 20 miles away from me. You know, who's going to be scouting for me?
Right.
You know, you want to make sure that he's going to be out there, you know, at least 3 or 4 days a week, you know, especially 2 weeks, 3 weeks before season, you know, doing some scouting for you, you know. You don't want a guy that lives 15 miles away from you that, you know, if you live in the Pittsburgh area or Erie or whatever the situation is, Philadelphia area. So, you know, that's one thing that we have. We have, you know, mostly all my guides are pretty much so local.
Yeah.
You know, and that definitely makes a difference why we kill big bulls every year.
Right.
Know? And that's what I'd suggest, you know, if you're, and, you know, when you're, you know, I told the guys last year, you know, I was trying to recruit like the last 2 or 3 guys. And, you know, I just said to them, you know, I don't have 26 or 27 bull hunts because, you know, I'm just a nobody. I have that because I feel that, you know, we do a good job.
Yeah.
You know, and that definitely makes a difference. You know, if I was going out west, that'd be the first thing I'd ask the guy. You know, how many bulls you kill in that zone? How many bulls is that guy? You know, your guide. You know, guide in that area. You know, and stuff. And that means a lot.
Right.
You know, just you know, I make sure that you know that. If I would ask them game violations. Do you have any game violations? Anything like that there, you know? 'Cause you don't
And that's
wanna
something that happens even with guides.
Oh, yeah. You know, hey, you know, guides, you know, you can't get lost in I tell my guys, don't get lost in the moment.
Right.
You know, if you think something's illegal, don't do it, you know. Because guess what? There's a good chance you're going to get a shot at that bull the next day or whatever the situation is. You know, and that means a lot. I know when I'm hunting, if I go out west and I'm hunting, I don't want to be looking over my shoulder all the time. You know, you want to have a nice hunt. That's what you're paying for. You know, and that means a lot.
Right.
You know, that means a lot. You know.
So I filter through all my calls. You know, I take calls from different people and say, okay, I'm going with your lodge. What do I expect from that point when I say, all right, let's do this?
Well, I tell everybody as soon as you book with me, your hunt started.
Okay.
You know, I mean, my hunters, as soon as the guides that I know that's going to be guiding for them guys, I'll say, hey, here's your guide's name. Start sending them pictures. You know, so I mean, my guys last year, I had like 6 of the 7 Zone 12 hunters last year, and as soon as they booked with me, I was sending them pictures at least every other day. You know, showing them what bulls we had in that area, and most of the time, we killed them bulls. You know. And that means a lot, you know, and not only that, but I have a lot of posted ground, you know, we're local, you know, my guides are from all different zones and stuff, and they lived there all their life, so they know the farmers and everything like that. And also Zone 1 is a zone where anybody that draws a tag can hunt Zone 1. And I've got some exclusive rights on Zone 1 farms and stuff. And, you know, I'm just saying this is, you know, I'm in the ballpark the last 6-7 years. You know, there's probably been 27, 28 bulls killed. I've killed 25 of them bulls in Zone 1. And I'm talking big bulls. I'm just, you know, I'm talking, you know, last year, you know, 390s, you know. And that means a lot. You know, I'm in good with the farmers, you know, and some of my guys are friends with them. So that's what got me in, you know. And, you know, Zone 1 is, you know, like a lot of times I'll go to a Zone 9 hunter, Zone 8 hunter, something like that there, because their zone's small. You know, last year in Zone 8, you know, we ended up by 2 hunters in Zone 8 last year in the regular season. We killed in Zone 8, we killed a bull that gross scored over 400. And there was not another bull in that zone that we could find that was even 300. I took the guy to Zone 1, him and his grandson, and we killed a 6x7. It would have been a 7x7, had a point, broke off in the mid 360s. You know, a hell of a bull. You know, the guy was happier than heck. But if he went with me, it was a situation where there really wasn't no bulls in Zone 8 that, you know, it was, you know, respectable. You know, sure, you'd have killed a small bull, but, you know, hey, if you draw that tag, you want to get the biggest bull you can, you know.
Right.
Zone 6 was the same way, you know. I mean, I talked to the Zone 6 bull hunter when we were up there at the check station. He shot the first bull he seen on a Thursday, and it was just a scrub. That was the first elk he saw. You know, I took the Zone 6 hunter, and we killed a 360-inch bull in my Zone 1, you know. And that's what I got a lot of, over a lot of the other outfitters, you know. I've got exclusive rights in a lot of places, you know. Not all the places, but almost all of them, you know.
So you have a good base
the hot
so you can
spots
chase
I've
them.
got, yeah. You know, I mean, you know, 2 years ago in the January hunt, you know, our hunter from Kentucky, we had the game commission there. They filmed it and everything, and 13 bulls in front of him.
Yeah.
You know, he had 13 bulls in front of him, and he picked out a bull that was an 8x7 that scored in the 370s. You know, so you know, that's a pretty good feeling when you got 13 bulls in Zone 1 looking over you, and you're the only guy that can shoot them. You know.
Yeah.
So that means a lot.
Yeah.
You know, definitely does. You know?
So we go now, like, so now, all right, I went with you. You put me on a bull. We pull the trigger or send the arrow or whatever. Now we hit the bull. What's the process after that? Because I've been hearing some people talk and stuff that I didn't even realize that had to be done.
Right.
After you take an elk.
Yeah,
That,
you know,
if I went by myself without an outfitter, I might not be doing right because.
Right, you know, and that means a lot. You know, I mean, the game commission's out there; they're out there doing their job. You know, we never have no problem with them. Everything, we try to do everything by the book and everything. And you know, you kill that bull, you know, we take care of it for you. We got it. You know, make sure you get your tag on it right. And tag in the ear means a lot. Yeah. You know, it says in the book. Doesn't say the horns. I don't want to put a hole in the ear. Well, put a hole in the ear. The taxidermist is going to fix it, you know. And you tag that elk the right way. If you don't, the game commission is going to be on you about it, you know. I mean, that's what it says in the book.
Right.
So that's what you got to do. So we, you know, got that animal. And if we're way back in there where we got to, rather than bringing 6 or 7 guides out to drag that bull out. Don't get me wrong, we do that once in a great while. Not so much anymore. We got horses. You know, I hire horses, and they come back and bring the you know, the elk out for us. And that's all on me. It doesn't go any extra with you know, my fee or anything. I just do that on my own. I pay the guy with the horses, you know, I pay him. And you know, we get that bull out there, we you know, put it back for a truck, bring it over to the check station. We got to bring it over here. They check it all out, and then usually we're headed to the butcher, you know, or we take it back to the lodge. We'll skin it for you and quarter for you. We have walk-in coolers there, and we'll put it in the walk-in cooler for you, you know, until you want to take it back. Everybody, you know, most of the time in archery season, we basically clean them up or take them right to the butcher because it's usually hot. You know, it gets 60 we've never lost no animals like that, and we don't want to start. Last year we had 9 of the 14 bull hunters, and we killed 9 bull. And we killed some nice bull. Like I said, we killed the 465, which is a world record. And all the other guys killed nice bulls, 370s, 380s. I think 340 was the smallest bull that we killed last year in archery, and that's a hell of a bull.
Yeah.
A lot of people, it's a hunt of a lifetime. Some people like to say they're going to do it on their own, but I see so many times that a guy has a tag of a lifetime. He goes out and shoots a bull that's 290 or maybe 300. He thinks that's a big bull. That's a bull we won't even think about shooting.
Right.
Unless it would be the last day or something like that there. But most of the time, we have, like last year out of the 9 bull hunters, we only went in the second week with a bull hunter. And we ended up killing that bull right at my lodge. It drove that guy completely crazy.
Yeah.
It was viewed on 10 o'clock at night with his cows out there, and we had an arrow in it high, which didn't hurt it, and we ended up killing it a couple days later, not too far from our lodge.
Yeah.
And having the private property means a lot.
Yeah.
And that's what we have. We have a lot of private property. And that makes a big difference.
And do you get a lot of guys that when you call them and are talking about them going an outfitter and you're selling this, we got the property to go to, where the guys to go with? Do you have people come back and say, because I know there's like a big push, especially like on all like the YouTube hunters, public land and the public land push and DIY hunts and all of that. Do you get a lot of that response when you're calling people like, I'm going to take care of this on my own?
Right. We do get a few.
Yeah.
There's a few, but then there's some guys, they change their minds.
Well, that was going to be my follow-up question to that.
Yes,
so, like, after they go out and they start doing it on their own, and they're like, "Hey, I need some help." Is that something that happens to you guys?
definitely comes into play. I mean, after they've been out there and say they're from the Philadelphia area, the Pittsburgh area, and they go out scouting, they don't know where to go.
Right.
I mean, if you've never been in an area, it'd be like me going down into your area hunting whitetail. I don't know where I'm going.
Right.
So I'm in there staggering around, not knowing what's going on. Sure, you might go out and see a couple bulls. Oh, I can do this on my own. But, they're bulls that are maybe 270, 280, 300. When you have a chance in a hunt of a lifetime, I feel an outfitter is the way to go. That's the way I would go if I went to another state.
Right. Don't waste your chance, because I know I've been putting in for, I don't even know how many years now. 10 years, and I'm still waiting on my tag.
Yeah,
so
everybody's waiting.
That's what I mean. So you're right when you say like this is the hunt of a lifetime for a resident in PA. I mean, it really is, because you don't have the opportunity to kill an elk in Pennsylvania, but one time.
And
you get that one
it's
shot.
not like if you go out west, you're paying $4,500 to $5,500, maybe even $6,000. You book with me, I'm $2,500.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a good deal, I feel.
It sounds
we're
like it, yeah.
We're out there and we do all the scouting for you. We take care of your animal for you. That includes everything: food, lodging, everything.
Yeah, and you
and
put
for the
everybody
archery,
up to.
for the archery hunt, we're $2,800 for the first week. Now that's an extra day in there because the archery hunters are a little bit it's a 2-week deal.
Right.
So it's $2,800 for the first week, and then I don't charge the same amount for the second week. I just go day by day. I want to be fair with the hunters.
Right.
And that means a lot, just going day by day, because if I charge you $2,800 for the second week and you go out Monday,
Right.
kill a bull, that's $2,800 gone. So we just go day by day the second week.
Okay.
And a couple times we had to go the second week, but it was because the hunter hey, we're going to kill that bull. We seen it, and we didn't kill it yet, and we're still after it and stuff, and that's what I tell the hunters, hey, if you're willing to go the second week, we'll hunt that bull the second week,
Right.
And if we see that it disappeared on us, which it does happen, we'll go after another bull and still kill a nice bull for you, which
Great.
means a lot. Like I said, a hunt of a lifetime.
Yeah, it sounds fantastic, and it's on my bucket list for sure.
Yeah, and then we do the Keystone Elk Country Alliance hunt, for the last couple years, and that's a hunt that's 9 weeks. Anybody that's listened to this, listen to this, you still got a chance to get tickets for it. You know, that's a 9-week.
Is that the Keekable we're
That's
talking?
the Keekable.
Yeah, all right.
Yes, that's the Keekable. You know, so you still got a chance. You can get on. Well, no, you can't get online. Basically,
yeah.
now you have to be here to, you know, get your tickets right now. You know, so that's 9 weeks that you got a chance to kill the biggest bull in any zone except Zone 7, which is you're not allowed to hunt.
Yeah.
And you know that there is a good tag. 9 weeks. You know, so you know you're going to go out there and you're
Yep.
going to be passing up bulls. Even 400 if we're hunting one, 440, 430, something like that, you
Yeah.
know. And
Yeah, it's unbelievable to see something that.
yeah,
Big.
and you know, this is going to be a good year. You know, I've been getting pictures from the guys and stuff, you know, and then I get pictures just from guys who know me, you know, send on their trail cams or getting pictures and stuff. So
Yeah.
we're ready to go. What we got to do is get the names and start talking to the hunters.
And
you
that
know?
should be happening here soon, right?
Yes, it'll be happening at 3:00 today, and then tomorrow the Keekable will be going off around 3:00, and
Okay.
we'll be calling up the winner for that. You know, so if you haven't got your tickets yet, get over here and
And
get-
have a
get
chance to
some
have a hunt of a
tickets.
lifetime.
$25 a ticket, 6 for 100. You can't beat
There you
that.
go.
You know, for sure.
Well, is there anything else you want to throw in here?
No,
I know your
pretty
guys
much so.
finally got freed up from Jason talking their ear off. So
Yeah,
so now they
yeah.
get to listen.
Yeah. So they'll get to listen to me.
Yeah.
So we're ready to go. You know, give Trophy Rack Lodge a call, and we can set you up with a hunt of a lifetime.
Good. I
you know?
appreciate it.
Yep. Thank
Appreciate
you.
your time. Thanks a
Yep.
lot for coming here
Yep,
with us.
no
and
problem.
Yeah, this was great talking to you.
Yeah. No problem. Thank you.
There you go. We're good? We're good.
I don't think it cut anybody up there.
No. That was awesome. You did a
Yeah.
great job.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did way better than I did.
Yeah, say this. I never even looked at them. Yeah, that's it. And so I thought, you know what? Okay, I'm running.
All right, everyone, welcome back. And we got another guest here that, and this one, well, I guess Morgan was a returning guest, but this is a returning guest.
Yes,
Don Rank. It's number 2 for you.
Yes, I think this is the first podcast I've ever done twice. So,
there you go. Well, there you go. So
you're the only person that ever invited me back.
well, I only invite the ones back that I really like. So for those of you who don't know, Don is the chairman for the Pennsylvania Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, and we're just sort of going to check in and see what's going on with BHA, and also why does BHA? Why are you here? Right? Like, why support Kika? Right? So let's start for anyone who hasn't heard of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. What is the mission of BHA?
My elevator speech is we work to protect public lands, water, and wildlife, and hunting and fishing, and the traditions that go with it. That's my short speech of what we do. But we have chapters in 48 states, 3 provinces, and we work nationally on issues that are like at the federal level. But when it comes down to the state chapters, it's more grassroots, because I say the problems in Pennsylvania or the opportunities in Pennsylvania are not the same as they are in Idaho, New Jersey, or whatnot. So you kind of, within that mission, tailor it for each state is what we do.
Right. So, like, think of it this way, right? There's no Sunday hunting in Pennsylvania, and that's something that very few states have to worry about as far as trying to get hunting on Sunday or not. So you don't necessarily need all of BHA, right? Like, we don't need people in Ohio, right, calling in. Although that would probably help. But we don't really need that. What we need is we need to get that, as you said, grassroots, the PA people to get behind to look at the changes and sometimes convince your representatives to vote down something that would negatively impact us.
Exactly, and we do other things, but what really got me into BHA was advocacy. Like, I'm a complete policy nerd, and my soapbox is that hunters and anglers do not use their voice enough, and there's so much more that you can get done if you just use your voice. And so I'm always beating the drum to get people to just. It's not that scary to call your legislator. You can even call after hours and leave a message.
Yeah, and it is something that seems like, I mean, think about it. For decades, we've never had to worry about it, right? I mean, we just did our thing, and the only time that you had to worry about something was if your state wildlife agency, in our case the Game Commission or the Fish Commission, was going to make a change that you didn't like, right? You would complain about that, but there wasn't this like legislative pull to do it. Now that's completely changed.
Yeah, and there's also back in the day, most legislators hunted or fished.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's only a handful, and like we employ we use our chapter funds to employ a full-time lobbyist in Harrisburg. So we have somebody there every single day, and I'll go there a couple times, like at least once a month, and go and meet with representatives. And some of it is people that know exactly what I'm talking about, and some they just don't know that much, and they're eager to learn. I've not met anybody who's willfully ignorant. They just haven't been exposed to it. So a lot of times they change their opinion on an issue or their vote on an issue just because they didn't know enough about it. One person called and said, don't like this, and then you hear the other side from us, and then we get members to call, and you have those voices on top of that education, and you can get things done.
I was in a very fortunate position up until this past election cycle that I had a state senator and Jim Brewster, who is on the game committee, right? Can't think of the name right now.
The Senate Game and Fisheries Committee.
Senate Game and Fisheries Committee. And then my House rep was Bob Brooks, who was a hunter and fisherman. So like, I didn't have to worry about how they were gonna vote on this legislation because I knew that they were aligned with my thoughts in that side. Now, the unfortunate thing for me is that while Brooks retired, he didn't rerun. So now that changed, and then with the whole redistricting and everything that happened, Jim Brewster's no longer my state senator. So while that's unfortunate, because I've built a relationship with both of them over the years, by calling them, and I had Senator Brewster on the podcast talking about Sunday hunting after the first year that was implemented. But at the same time, I say unfortunate, but it's also an opportunity because now I have new representation, new people that I can talk to, and hopefully, they learn about some of these things and realize why it's so important. And are sort of the hunting and fishing side of it as well. So I'm going to look at it from an opportunity aspect as opposed to oh great, now I got to do this all over again.
Yeah, Senator Brewster's been a great advocate for his entire career. Like he's a stalwart. So you kind of you're safe there. Like as long as he's there, you feel good.
Right. Yeah. And honestly, now like I'm going to say again opportunity because instead of Senator Brewster, now I have different senator. So now it's almost like instead of just one positive vote, now I have a chance to get two, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Because I know he's going to do, for the most part,
Yeah.
I know he's going to vote the way I want him to on that legislation. Now I have to convince my new senator, and if I can convince that's now two, as opposed to I only had him before.
Yeah, you're a force multiplier.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
So BHA does a lot of policy, right? That's what we're talking about. What are some of the big issues in Pennsylvania that BHA has focused on today?
Sunday hunting is always like the big that's the number one thing. A couple other things, like there's a bill, Senate Bill 344, which we really worked to get introduced and it is passed the Senate unanimously and now it waits for a vote in the House. Is a bill that would allow, I always say that, I always screw it up when I say it, but full-time college students in Pennsylvania who are non-residents, they would be able to buy a hunting license at the resident rate for 4 years. So if you have somebody who's from Ohio and they're at Penn State and they want to hunt, and you're a college student, you have very limited funds. Pennsylvania hunting license is really not that expensive, and you compare to some of the other tags that are out there. They can keep up. They can keep in the sport and keep hunting while they're in college at the lower rate. And that's important on a couple things. One, if you're just thinking of the state of Pennsylvania, if you have people that start doing those activities here and they grow roots, maybe we'll be able to have a little bit of a brain drain and keep them here, keep our talents here. But on the bigger picture with hunting, one of the biggest drop in licenses is where we lose hunters is that 18 to 24 where they're not doing it for 4 years. And if they're not at home, they don't have those cues, they don't have the family members, the friends to go with, they drop out, and then you lose those big chunk of hunters, and those people are the future. I say I'm 50, I'm not the future.
No.
I'm a bridge.
No.
That's it.
No.
The future are the people that are 20s and 30s who are like the next round of conservation leaders and hunters and anglers who are going to make sure that this thing is still going long after I'm in the ground.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, I'm 38, so every year I'm getting closer to not the next wave, right? But then I've been saying this for years, and I'm going to be honest and say it again. Like, I'm not the person that we need to recruit, right? The white male.
Yeah.
We have a ton of
yeah.
those.
Yeah.
If we want to see growth, if we want to see replacing the baby boomers, right, who are the by far largest portion of licenses as they start aging out, the way to get that is to get people that don't look like me, right?
Yeah.
Women, minorities, right?
Yeah.
People who don't live in a rural environment, that live in an urban environment, right? We need to expose those kind of people to this lifestyle in this sport, because that's where we can really see our numbers be able to sustain, if not grow a little bit.
Yeah, and expose and educate. Like even if you're not recruiting everybody and they're going to be a hunter, but letting them understand what it is, what it's about. Like I'm sure you've seen the recent study that showed that the decrease in favorability of hunting amongst Americans, and it's still within the statistical parameters of normal, like a 4% decrease. So it's still 76% of people have a favorable opinion of hunting.
Right.
But when you drill down into some of the demographics, like if you're more likely to be favorable, you're a white male over 55 living in a rural area. If you're more likely to be unfavorable, It's Latino women, I believe, was the highest unfavorable in coastal cities or in areas, which kind of makes sense. You're just not exposed. So
Right.
if you don't have that out there and tell our story, like tell our story in a good way, you're going to lose that favorability.
Oh, and why that matters, like even if they don't hunt, right? Why that matters is you get this new legislation, right, in the state of PA. The more people that we have that are okay with hunting, the less likely and the less amount of people you're going to have calling saying, no, we vote against that, right?
Exactly.
So even if they're not calling on behalf of what we're looking for, at least at the minimum, they're not saying, no, I don't want that. I don't want hunting. They don't have to advocate, but as long as they're not against us, that's helping us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's at 4% of Americans hunt, so it's important that 70 to 80% think it's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if 80% of American hunted, it would be a disaster.
Oh yeah, it would. Yeah, I mean,
you'd be able to get one squirrel tag a year.
Right. And that's the thing is, we talk about we've talked about R3 movements and stuff like that, and it's necessary because there are hunters constantly aging out and not as many coming in. So it is necessary, but we can't look at it like we need to just grow total numbers of hunters and get it unlimited as many as we can, because the wildlife and the access can't sustain that, right?
Yeah.
There is a limited number, limited spots, right?
Yeah, and I don't think that we're ever gonna be in danger of overshooting like too many hunters, but I think that these are two missions that dovetail, and that it's acceptance and recruiting new hunters to replace. If you look at the age structure, we're about in the next 20 years we're about to lose a lot of hunters as they age out, and you need to have those people to backfill for. Not just for $100 and license fees and all the conservation funding that goes through it, but also the boots on the ground, the people that volunteer and do things, and speak up.
Right. Yeah. It was basically every year for the past 10 years, the average age of the hunter has increased 1 year.
Yeah.
Right, and that's because the largest portion of license buyers are getting older.
Yeah.
Right, and we don't have as many younger people coming into it. And that's unfortunate, but there's things we're doing, right? One of the big things that BHA nationally has really been talking about over the last 5 or so years has been access.
Yes.
Is that something that in Pennsylvania is like for BHA PA is something we're really focusing on too?
Yeah, I mean, I say Sunday hunting is an access issue.
Okay.
It's access isn't just like a piece of land or a no trespassing zone. Access is also time and a piece of legislation that restricts your ability to go. So, while we are definitely we want to have more access. We've been supporting. We would support all the game land acquisitions and things of that nature. But like Sunday hunting, the time is an access issue, because if you're trying to bring somebody into the sport, it's really hard if you only have one day and you're working. If you're working Monday through Friday and you have a bunch of other things, and you hunt one day, and then you're either giving up your one day to hunt to bring somebody new, or if you bring them out and hurricane comes through, like that's a whole day's shot. What are you gonna? At least you have another day and you can get them out there. So, and people who have identified readily as their number one reason, one of the top reasons they left the sport is because they didn't have time. So you're losing people who are already doing it, and you're also inhibiting other people from getting into it.
Yeah, because I mean, it's not just work, but also like family commitments.
Yeah.
Like I have a 2-year-old son now.
Yeah.
We started gym classes on Saturday mornings. Now that's going to be over before hunting season, but and I am very fortunate in that I have family members that will help like watch him on Saturdays and things like that when I want to go hunting, but it would also be nice to be able to go out on a Sunday evening to get a hunt in, and as he gets older, he's going to be in more activities, and it's just, there's that time suck around work and around family and around friends, and all that's time that needs to be spent. But if you're someone who identifies as a hunter, wants to go hunt, now you're telling me that there's a day that during the season that I can't hunt, that makes it very, very difficult time-wise. And I can definitely see where that can be sort of perceived as an access issue.
I'll add on to that, even like people with shared custody. If you only have your kid every other weekend,
Yep.
and you have that. That's one day,
Yeah.
and that's a blowout. You don't get to take.
Yep.
That's,
And
you know?
again, to say how fortunate I am, I have a job where I can take some days off.
Yeah.
I'm a teacher. I can take some days off. I don't work weekends. Not everyone's like that, right? Not everyone has that opportunity. They might not be able to afford to take time off.
Oh yeah.
If they take a day off work, maybe they don't get paid for that day.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of issues with stuff like that. That having that extra day every week
Yeah.
would definitely be very beneficial. Now I will say we've had Sunday hunting for 3 days for
yeah.
what, 2 years now?
Yep. And the world didn't end.
It didn't end, but I will say that it did feel weird.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
I've been out there on some of those Sundays, and it feels a little weird. It
Yeah.
almost feels like I'm breaking the law, even though I'm not.
Yeah, I've made it a point to make at least 2 of the Sundays every year. Like we fought too hard to get those 3. Like I'm gonna be out there. I don't care what's happening. I'm gonna find a way out there, even if I'm no matter what. If I have if I'm hunting squirrel or if I'm just if it's whatever season it is, whatever I have, I'm gonna try to make at least half the day, if not all the day.
Yeah. So, what is it about BHA that that wants to be here and support Kika and have a vendor spot? Like, how they're 2 different conservation organizations, right? And when you think about companies, you think about rival companies, right? Like fighting for dollars.
Yeah.
That happens in conservation, right? You're fighting for your piece. So where's the support there? Why support each other?
I mean, yes, you're fighting for a limited number of dollars in a space, but I even say you're all working for a mission of conservation. And yes, there's only so many dollars to go out in each organization, but it's all important that we're getting our mission accomplished. So, I mean, the work they do here, like these grounds are beautiful. The visitor areas, people who have never seen a wild elk can come up and go and see a wild elk, and not just from the hunting standpoint with the herd that's around, but also like we talk about the non-hunting group, people that come up here and then can go out and see these amazing animals or listen to them bugle and come in the fall, and they can have that experience. And it might be something they may not think of normally, but it's something that becomes important to them. So when it comes time to protect those things, they're more likely to stand up for it. And because I always say you protect what you love and you love what you know. If you know about this and you have a connection to these areas and these animals, you're more than likely you're going to want them to be around. So you're going to stand up. So we all have in the conservation community, there's many areas where all of our missions, they mix together and it's the same line. Sometimes they veer off a little bit, but it's not that far off.
Yeah.
And in the end, we're all working for the same thing. Like
Yeah,
we all want healthy wildlife, healthy lands, healthy water, be able to go out on them and enjoy them. It's kind of how it goes in.
Kika's obviously focusing on elk, right?
Yes.
BHA is not focusing on elk.
Yeah.
But like you said, your missions are intertwined. They're overlapping in a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
And I have to tell this funny story. A couple years ago, I brought my wife up here. I actually had never been up here in September, so we got to hear some elk bugling. But we didn't really see any elk, and we were like, okay. We started driving. All of a sudden, there's cars right outside the gate.
Yeah.
There's just cars lined up on the side of the road, and people are out bailing out of their cars. What's going on? Oh, there's some elk down there. Okay, so we get out and we're looking, and super nice bull, a couple cows, and they're just laying there in the shade. And there's this one lady, everyone's just sort of standing, milling around a little bit. There's one lady there that's yelling towards her husband and her kids, get over here, get over here. And I just happened to stand next to her. I said, you have to be quiet, because I could see the elk were starting to get agitated.
Yeah.
Right. And that was, as soon as I said like, hey, you can't be loud, they'll run away. You'll scare the elk. She was, oh, I didn't know that. She got quiet. That was a learning experience for her.
Yeah.
Right. So then she was able to learn something that she didn't learn.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even something I set out to do. Right. It
Yeah.
wasn't like, it was just like, hey, I want to see these elk. Don't scare them away.
Yeah.
Like, so, having that sort of shared mission of just like you said, there's someone that she probably had never seen elk before, had never been that close. We were only maybe 60 yards
Yeah.
away. They were all, down over the guardrail, but she didn't know how to act around wildlife because she didn't grow up in the same way that I did.
Yeah.
So the fact that she was able to learn something there, like that's good. That's
great,
going to
yeah.
benefit everyone.
Yeah, and how many wildlife is she going to see now that she's not yelling?
Yeah.
like how many things did she not see before? 'Cause
Yeah,
she's
right,
not-
right.
I'm always amazed. I'm not amazed anymore with the amount of people that don't realize you're supposed to be quiet, like talk quietly in the woods. Yeah.
Yeah, and you get the people that work here, Kika, and volunteers that stand by these elk viewing
Yeah.
areas and tell people you need to stay quiet.
Yeah.
Because there's elk there that they're going to go away if you're
Yeah.
loud.
Yeah.
And to someone like you and me,
Yeah.
it's like that's second nature.
Yeah.
But if you don't grow up around it, how are you going to know?
Yeah.
So what are you trying to do? What's the purpose of being here today?
Here, well, it's a great chance to talk about our mission. It's a great place to meet up with our members who are in the area. I've seen a few public landowner T-shirts coming around. So I know they're coming to the booth. Say hi, and I always like to have an opportunity for members to come talk to the board members to find out like what we're doing in the chapter because it's your chapter. It's not like I'm just keeping the lights on. Like it's the members' chapter. Like it's all about them. It's like we don't always do the best job communicating things that are going on. And so it's just another opportunity to talk to them, let them know what's going on, and also hear what they want to. Like, is there something they want to see more of? I've had people contact me, there's an access issue in my area, and is there, or there's a wildlife issue, like things that they want to bring forward. And because I'm always saying, people just email the chapter if you have an issue, like if you have an idea, like if you want to do an event, you want to start a program, like we're BHA's thing is like you show up and you want to do something, we're going to let you do it. We're going to help you do it. We're pretty informal that way. So from the member side, that's important to me. But also being able to talk to people who have never heard of backcountry hunters and anglers and don't know what we're about or what our mission is, and kind of just help get that education out there.
BHAPA, I mean, the way BHA runs, they have statewide chapters, right?
Yes.
Like, it's the whole state. Pennsylvania's a big state.
Yes, it is.
It takes a lot of time and effort for me to drive from my house to somewhere out east where something's going on. I have noticed, as a BHA member, that it seems like the chapter has sort of segmented a little bit in PA and really tried to make sure that we're doing things in the west and the central and the east so that everyone can sort of be a part and help out if they want to.
Yeah, we actually did. We a couple years ago we've had it broken down into sections, but we did it much more formally, where we have 5 board members in each section, east, central, and west, and that way we can. Because I would love to go to a pint night in Pittsburgh. Like it's not in the cards. I wanted to make it up here. Like as chairman, I'm trying to make my way around to as many events around the state as I can, just to be present and meet people and answer any questions. But with for the rest of the situations, it's a lot easier to just keep things with your area, because also you don't need to push out an event in the Philadelphia area to someone who lives up in Erie. Like it's just not going to work.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, I see those events, right? Like I see them in the email
Yeah,
blasts and
yeah.
things like that, and it's like, oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Can't go.
Yeah, yeah.
I can't drive 4 hours to work,
Yeah.
do some volunteer work for
Yeah,
a couple
yeah.
hours, then drive 4 hours
Yeah,
back.
exactly, yeah.
It's not something
Yeah.
I can do, but
Yeah.
but it's been nice to see this concerted effort to compartmentalize these events so that and having a footprint in the entire state, because it was nice. My dad and I, we went to a pint night up in Slippery Rock, the other side of Slippery
Yeah.
Rock. It was like, hey, that's something I can go to.
Yeah.
It was like a Thursday night or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I can go to that.
Yeah.
So I was able to go. And to be able to talk to those board members for the West and have them say the exact same thing you just said. Do you have ideas?
Yeah.
Do you have something that you know needs to be done?
Yeah.
Let us know.
Yeah.
If you see something, let us know. Like they're the ones we talked to were from sort of the northwestern part of the state. We're from the southwestern part of the state. They want to know what needs done down there, because we want there. It seems like the chapter is really trying to make a concerted effort to get events and volunteer opportunities in close proximity to where people are living, right?
Yes,
Because then you're going to get those people to show up.
Yes, yeah,
Right?
yeah. And that's how you get your next generation of conservation leaders. Like
Yeah.
I always say I got involved with BHA because they're the first person that gave me a job. Like I raised my hand, and when we put the board together 7 years ago, and it was prior to that there was like 20, 40 people in the state and 2 people keeping the lights on, and then they got to 70 and said we should probably do a real board, and the first 13 people that raised their hand got a job on the board, and we were putting it together, and we're like, are we allowed to do this? Well, just do it and see if somebody yells at us. That's kind of how we kept going. It was, and we grew from 70 to 1,500 people in 2 years with doing that, because we all were driven to do things and accomplish a mission and kind of work for conservation, and it kind of grew from all that, and that's what got us in. And like, we want the next people to be able to do that. Like, if you show up, you have ideas, you want to do something, please come on in and do it. Like, and we love that stuff.
So for those non-members, right, if they come to the Elk Expo, right, they can stop in the booth and they can become a member.
Yes, they can.
If they're not here, right, if they don't come to Elk Expo, like how can they become a member? What do they need to do to become a member of BHA?
There's backcountryhunters.org is the website, and you can click on and get membership through there, and you can sign up online. Right now, there's if you sign up, you get entered into a raffle for an NRSS float drift boat. So, and that's the membership special that's going on right now. They change it every few months. But just go online and you can join there. We do have it's $35 for an individual. If you're a veteran or a military member, we have our Armed Forces Initiative, which started a few years ago, and that is based. 30% of our members are veterans or active duty, and they identified that within our membership surveys. And it started out as basically BHA chapters on military bases. So we had Fort Bragg, Camp Lejeune. Couple people, I can't remember the other one was that, but now they're on several installations. And part of it was if you're in the military, you're moving around a bit. You come to a new installation, like learn the ropes of hunting and fishing. And also, if you're in the military and you want to learn how to hunt and fish, you have a bunch of mentors here.
Yeah.
And it's expanded that to now they have veterans-only programs throughout the country. Trevor Hobbs is the leader of it. He's done a fantastic job, and he's grown that. And most recently, we just announced the Armed Forces, our coordinator in Pennsylvania, Andy Lehman. He's the Armed Forces Initiative representative of the state, so he just came on board, so there'll be more things. They'll do veterans camps. They do. I got invited on one to. I didn't go, but it was in the Boundary Waters, and a lot of stuff is all paid for.
That's awesome.
So I can't count how many veterans and that I've spoken to at these events at Rendezvous that all came, like they came out and they needed a mission.
That's awesome.
So like conservation is now their mission.
That's great. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
To see, to hear BHA sort of giving back in that way and giving them, direction, something that they can work towards and do.
Yeah.
So what are the benefits? Right? What someone joins BHA? What are they going to get?
Okay. The tangible ones, you get the Backcountry Journal every four times a year. You get looped into the events in your state. So so Pennsylvania, you'll get on the chapter email, and try not to inundate you with too many emails. I know some organizations, I've deleted 3 of their emails before I get out of bed. we try to limit that, so it'll keep you up to date on events in your area. Also advocacy issues, like if there's an action alert, I send out a legislative update usually at the end of each session, like summer session. The one just came out. Action alerts. We'll set you up into like if there's a metro area, so you can meet other members. And then just get to be part of it's a pretty cool community. Like I've gone to many BHA events where I didn't know anybody, and by the end I knew everybody.
Yeah. Well, I want to mention real quick with those action alerts, right? When you get those, BHA makes it super easy to contact your representative, your state senator, or sometimes even if it's a federal issue, right? Your House representative or your state senator, your senator. They make it super easy. Like, you fill in your address, you click the button and it tells you who your people are and
Yeah.
it sends them an email.
Yeah.
Right now, we would both encourage people to also call.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
because that call is going to have more of an impact.
Yeah.
But if you don't have time to call or
Yeah.
you don't feel comfortable
Yeah.
calling, it's still something easy that you can do.
Yeah.
It's just clicking some buttons, typing some stuff in, and it sends
Yeah.
pre-populated email
Yeah.
out, no problem. So,
And I'm gonna put a quick plug in.
Yeah, go ahead.
August 10th, we're gonna do an online advocacy 101 for hunters and anglers.
okay, cool.
John Klein and I, he's our policy advisor. He's a lobbyist in Harrisburg every day, and we're going to talk about just the basics of advocacy for hunters and anglers, of what how the system works, what you can do, what works well, what doesn't work well,
Okay.
and just like basically how you can become more involved in the advocacy side as a conservationist. And that's going to be.
How's that going to be available?
It's going to be pushed out soon as an event,
Okay.
but it's going to be online. So,
Online.
and afterward, it's going to be recorded, so you can see it afterwards.
Okay,
But
is
then
it-
people
is-
can submit questions.
Is it going to be Facebook or Zoom?
It's going to
or-
be Teams. So
Teams,
It's going to be a
okay.
Teams thing. So
Okay.
there'll be a link that'll be sent out
Okay.
if you register, and you'll be able to go on for that. So
Cool.
because, like that is my soapbox. Like I want
like that.
like if I had my dream, every hunter and angler would call their legislator tomorrow and tell them what's on their mind. But like that's
Yeah.
yeah. So I use this all as also teachable moments for my kids. I'm like, this is the bill I'm working on. This is what I do. I'm going to Harrisburg today.
Well, you know, and I'm glad you're doing this though, because it's not it's as simple as calling.
Yeah.
But there's also ways to be effective.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Like calling like my state rep now is Abby Majors,
Yeah.
right? Calling her and saying, "You stupid idiot!
Yes, yeah.
How could you
Yeah.
say that?"
Yeah.
Like that's not going to get anything done,
Yeah.
right? So being cordial about it and explaining your side and using the right terms, things like that, will definitely help push the ball further,
Yeah.
right? As
Yeah.
opposed to getting run over by the ball.
Exactly,
because
yeah.
you were a jerk.
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the phone.
yeah. There's definitely ineffective ways to engage in advocacy.
Yes, yes. So, what is the big? We know Sunday hunting,
yep,
right?
yep.
Excluding that,
Yeah.
What's the big push for the rest of this year? BHAPA.
We have the I told you the student bill.
Student bill.
There's a bill that would remove the cap on state game lands acquisition. It's,
Okay.
Right now it's $400 per acre.
Okay.
It's hard to buy anything for $400 an acre.
Yeah.
There are some exceptions that if it's
Listen,
yeah.
if you could buy land
Yeah.
for $400 an acre, I would own a whole bunch of
yeah.
it.
If you can buy it for $400, you probably don't want it.
Yeah, well, that's true too.
That bill is out there. There's a bill to the Pennsylvania Fish and Boat Commission. They got the ability to set their license fees 3 years, and it has a sunshine effect. So it's gonna go down in 3 years. So there's a bill to extend it to 10 years.
Okay.
We're supporting that. Those are like the big ones that are out right
Okay.
now. A lot of our advocacy stuff is just going around and meeting with legislators and letting them know who we are and becoming a resource for them. So I've had, now that I've been to the Capitol a bunch, I've had people send me an email. What do you think of this bill? Like, does your organization have a position on this? Or I don't understand this because I don't understand this this issue as well. Can you tell me like what is your take on it and what your background on it?
Gotcha.
So like a lot of that, like you might not be an action alert, but there's a lot of work going on,
Yeah,
like
like
quietly behind the scenes,
building
So it's-
relationships with these people.
because you want to be allowed in their office.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, building relationships as the expert,
yes, yeah,
right? With our organization, with that. So, yeah, that's great. So,
yeah,
join BHA, backcountryhunters.org.
yep,
If you're not stopping up here,
yeah,
get on the email list, right?
Yeah.
Look for those action alerts. Look out for the Legislative 101,
yep,
right? Coming up here in August. And really join BHA.
yeah. appreciate
Contact
it.
your contact your representatives and voice your opinion on these topics.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I'm probably not the best salesman, but I say I prefer if you join BHA because I think we're awesome. But you should, if that's not your cup of tea, find a conservation organization and join because that is important. Like I said, the overall mission is conservation,
Yep.
not my conservation or
Right.
your. It's conservation. So, yeah.
Well, that's great, Dawn. Thank you for coming on. I really
Thank you very much.
appreciate it.
Cool. Thank you for having me.
You're at.
Okay.
Welcome back. As a reminder, as you see up in the upper left-hand corner, as you see some pictures rolling through there, Wild Rooted, one of the sponsors of the podcast here, so make sure you check them out. Wonderful company that gives back to our national park system with every sale that they make. And now, the stars of the day. Jeremy Banfield, elk biologist for the Game Commission, and Bryan Burhans, executive director for the Game Commission, both past guests. So thanks for joining on this, especially for you, Jeremy. Busy day, right? All about elk today, and here you are sitting down talking again about elk.
Thanks for having us. I feel like I guess it hasn't quite been a year because we moved the date.
Yes,
of the
we
expo,
moved the
so
date
It's been
up.
a little bit less than a year, but I truly feel like
All
we're
right,
just here.
let's start with that. Why did we move the date up for pulling tags?
Okay,
for the Game Commission?
Simple reason is our archery season starts the second week of September, and previously when we were drawing the latter part of August, that's all of 3 weeks-ish, that we were giving people to prepare for their hunt. We moved the drawing up about 4 weeks, and then we moved the archery season back 1 week. So we've now got about 8 weeks between when the drawing will occur today and when they start hunting, which is September 16th this year.
So basically, it's just to give them more time to either scout on their own or find an outfitter.
Hire a guide. Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do in 3 weeks, right? It's a bit of a mess. So
Yeah,
this will give everybody a lot more
really
time.
scheduling time off work, right? If you need to do that.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's why we moved it up. The rain decided to get the memo, and it came this morning.
I hope you're right. I hope it stays that way.
No, not coming again. It came this morning, right? Because it always rains at Elk Expo.
It does.
So we're getting ready. You're going to leave here before we're done with this little segment. So we're going to give you time to talk. And the reason why is because they're going to be drawing the tags. For the Game Commission side, the Kika tag will be drawn tomorrow.
Correct.
Can you just give everyone just a quick overview of like how the drawing works?
Yes. So, okay, there's 3 separate seasons. First, archery season is the last 2 weeks of September. General season is the first full week of November. Late season is the first full week of January, in this case 2024. So right after New Year's is the late season. Each one of those has a specific allocation of bulls and cows, and then you have a selection option when you go to apply for different hunt zones. So you put in whether you want a bull or a cow for zone 2, for example. As a first choice, you do the same thing for a second choice, same thing for a third choice. And then when we draw in the order that those seasons occur, and bull first. So we go antlered bulls for archery, cows for archery, bulls for general, cows for general, bump all the way through. And that's it. I mean, that does that answer your question?
That's it. And there is a third option.
There is.
Because you can choose any sex.
Correct.
Right?
There's a
Which is what
fallback
I
option.
choose.
Yeah.
Right? I choose any sex just because, listen, I would love to shoot a giant bull, right? Which Pennsylvania has some giant bulls. But I really want the elk meat because it tastes so good. So if I can get drawn for a cow tag, I'm going to take it.
Most
right?
people choose any, actually. So the
Yeah.
majority is any, and then followed closely by bulls, and then some people choose cow only. Not very many.
So as far as how many tags are allotted this year, are we where we're at last year? Are we more?
We had a kind of a precautionary effort, and we bumped up on bulls a little bit because the second piece of that is we've been seeing a higher bull to cow ratio, or an increasing bull to cow ratio over the past 3-4 years. And so we're trying to balance that back out.
Why would it be bad to have more bulls?
It's not bad per se, it's not necessary. Okay, so at some point, if you look at really heavily hunted populations, think Oregon, Washington, they'll have as few as 10 bulls per 100 cow. And there is research that says when you get below that, you can actually have breeding problems because there's just not enough bulls to be with all the cows. The flip side of that is traditionally like national parks where there is no hunting, it can be as high as 50 per 100. And we are generally right around 30, 40. Again, in the past few years, it's been increasing to the point where it's about 55 now. So we can afford to take more bulls. We should create that opportunity for the Pennsylvania sportsmen.
Okay. So world-class bulls here, right?
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Their new non-typical record was shot last year. What is it about Pennsylvania's herd that makes it such a big draw? Like, such a big deal to be able to hunt elk in Pennsylvania?
And you're just talking hunting, not necessarily the viewing component.
Let's
talk about hunting first.
start hunting first.
All right. I think partly it is simply the fact that Pennsylvania sells. I mean, we have such a strong hunting heritage here. Bryan said it earlier, but we are number 2 only to Texas in the number of hunting licenses sold. So we've got a really, really strong hunting ethic in the state, and that creates a lot of hunters. That creates a lot of interest. Second, the flip side of that is also that we do have world-class elk. I mean, we've got enormous bull elk. We've been traditionally very conservative on bull tags, and that keeps the age class high, which keeps the antler structure mature, and those are probably the 2 main drivers behind that.
All right, now let's switch to the viewing side.
Okay.
Why? Because I want to be all inclusive here,
Yeah,
right?
no, absolutely.
So,
Yeah. It's important to mention that.
This event, there are a lot of hunters that come up here, right? But there's a lot of families, there's a lot of non-hunters that come up here. Why is the elk country so good for viewing elk as well?
So it's
Because you
kind
have
of
to drive a long distance to find elk anywhere else.
that's part of it, right? So I would say that we've got large urban areas. We've got Pittsburgh, we got Philly, we got Buffalo, Erie. Within 2 hours, maybe not Philly, but those other areas, they're certainly within 2, maybe 2.5 hours drive. So there's a lot of population within a short distance. And secondly, it's just amazing. It is absolutely amazing, particularly during the fall or during the rut, to see these animals in their natural habitat, screaming their heads off, doing what what evolution drove them to do, with the backdrop of the fall colors. It just does not get much better than that. So those 2 things probably are what have really created an elk culture in this area.
Yeah, and I was just going to say that it seems like the community, as a lot of these communities around here, are embracing the
Agreed,
elk, right?
yes,
like
yes. In the past 20 years,
elk is in
especially.
their name.
Yep.
They're doing, they're selling elk burgers, which don't come from the elk that are hunted. Make sure that everyone knows that, right? Like, you can't sell wild game meat. Those are farmed elk, but they're embracing that whole elk culture that is being built around here, which wasn't always the case.
Correct.
And still isn't always the case.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's going to have their own opinion. I do think, I would agree with you that particularly in the last, I'll say, 15, 20 years, and really the last 5 years, it's really accelerated, but there's just been a tremendous amount of support, and elk is cool, it's sexy, it's neat,
Yeah.
it's, they're really, really interested in it now, and local people have capitalized on that.
I mean, we went so long in this region without a lot of elk, and now all of a sudden we have these elk. So it makes sense that it would take a little bit for farmers, for
They have a
landowners.
very different opinion.
Yes, to be like, oh, some of them can be around, right? But now, seeing that community involvement is great. Might as well capitalize on it, right?
Right.
If you got the people coming, you need the infrastructure to make it nice for the people to be
Or
here.
people won't come.
Yeah, or else people won't come. As the wind's picking up a little bit now.
Is that a tornado?
No, jeez. So, Jeremy, what do we need to know about elk? What do the people need to know? Last year we went through the whole biology of elk, the history of PA, elk, but today, right? What do we need to know about elk? What has changed? What has stayed the same? That's consistent that we've had reaffirmed.
I mean, we could go a lot of different directions with that question. It's a very
Go whatever direction you want.
So let me just start off with how many we have. That's always one of the frequent things that we get. We do an aerial survey every year. It relies on radio-collared animals to kind of be spies, right? So the radio-collared animals are what we would call the marks, and then we use the aerial survey to fly over the top of them and basically count all the other animals that are with them. All of that is recorded, so we get 90-some hours of video footage that I have to go through and validate all those observations, but all of that translates into a population estimate, and I'm oversimplifying it a little bit. There's a formula that we use and stuff, but I'm not going to try and describe it here. But essentially, this past year, we had an estimate of 1,278. There's not exactly 1,278 elk in Pennsylvania. It comes with confidence intervals, but the best answer I can give is that we're somewhere between 1,300, 1,400 animals that are out there.
Why don't you just set up a checkpoint that each elk has to walk through and say, count me, right?
Yeah. The Census Bureau.
Yeah, I want to give a quick plug because I was up here in Benezette along with you for the Wild About Elk educational workshop.
Yeah, teachers,
for
continuing education
teachers, yeah, or state park educational people. And you gave a presentation on how you do the survey, right? And we got to see the map with all the lines, right, that the airplane flew, and using thermal imaging and everything. Like, it was really cool to see how that is done.
Yep.
And there's a lot of work that goes into. You said 90 hours.
I mean, it's a lot of flying. It's a lot of, yes, it is a lot of work. One of the benefits of that is that small airplane crashes used to be, and probably still are, the number one killer of biologists, right? So when we used to do aerial survey, you have to fly low and slow. You're near stall speed. Something goes wrong, and the pilot just doesn't have time to recover and get the plane back up, and everybody goes down and dies. Because of the thermal camera that you talked about, and I should have said that, we do use a thermal camera that hangs from the belly of the plane. Because of that, they can fly a lot higher, so they're about 2,500 feet. They can fly a lot faster, and all of the magic is really done by the camera operator. She's in communication with the pilot, obviously, but it just allows them to fly higher, faster, safer, all around. And so we're using technology to the best of our ability, and we'll continue to do that, into the future to continually improve our population.
Yeah. And it's a big area, so it would seem a little needle in the haystack. But as you mentioned, the GPS collars sort of help focus in on some areas that, okay, if there's one there, there's a good chance that time of year there's going to be a bunch.
Spies. They're the ones that are out there letting us.
They're turncoats.
Yeah, against their will, but yes. Our GPS collars stay on for about 3 years. They are programmed to fall off automatically, and there's like a separate battery for a drop-off device that's built into them that has a longer battery life than the battery of the collar, if that makes sense. So they're programmed in such a way that they will fall off before the battery dies, and we lose communication with it altogether.
So what else do we need to know? So is that, you mentioned that population estimate, is that higher, lower, about the same?
It's been slowly increasing. It's probably steady compared to last year, but over the past, if we look at the past 5 years, it's been a steady, slow increase.
Right. So are elk, putting air quotes here, right, that everyone can see, are they escaping the elk range? And I got to worry about them walking through Point State Park, or are they still pretty contained?
They are slowly, very slowly expanding in their distribution. They are still within the elk management area, which is basically 2G, right? There is a little difference between the very eastern boundary of 2G and the elk management area, but it's subtle. For simplicity reasons, let's just say the elk management area is 2G. Within that area, we're only about 2/3 occupied, right? So the western half is occupied. There's tons of room to expand to the north and east. Lots of state forests, lots of state parks. We're trying to keep the animals on public land so that they stay out of trouble. You mentioned farmers earlier. They can definitely be, they can get into conflicts with agriculture, okay? It's one thing to have 5 little floppy-eared whitetails in your cornfield, something totally different to have 5 elk in your cornfield.
Well, and then also that expanding that way would be less populous, so less chances of
Correct.
car impacts as well.
I mean, road
right?
density is lower on public land than it is on private property. So, yeah.
Okay. What else do we need to know before you got to go? You got to go here in a little
I
bit.
got a few minutes.
Okay. All right. All right.
All right. I talked about calf survival earlier and how that changed. We just finished up a calf survival project. So 2020 through 2022, those 3 years, we captured 50 cows per year, so 150 total, and we used VITs. I will not describe that here, but basically it gives us the ability to know when the animal calves. We'd actually literally get a text message on our phone that said, hey, this cow just dropped her calf. We'd run out there, find the calf, put a radio collar on the calf, and once the radio collar is on the animal, we can monitor it and tell whether it's alive or dead, which gives us survival, right? And when I say calf survival, I'm really only talking a year. So from birth to 1 year of age, at that point they're no longer a calf, they're now a yearling, so we're just focused on that first year of life. 3 years, 2020, 2021, 2022, we captured 134 calves, and we ended up with about 63% survival.
Is that a good number?
It's lower than before. So in the past, there was a calf study done prior to me being here in 2006 to 2009, and they had 82% survival. And that, again, is where that disparity comes from, where we backed off a little bit on the cow tags as a precautionary measure. Most of the predation in our study was, I shouldn't say most, a portion of it was due to predation, right? That's natural. So some black bear, some coyote, We did have a few animals hit by vehicles. We had a few animals taken legally during the hunt. We had a couple die from disease and things like that. So overall, it's not a bad number. It's just lower than what we had previously expected. The only other difference that I'll point out is that the previous studies that were done on calf survival, early 2000s, things like that, were they didn't use VITs, so they may have missed the first few days of life. And because of newer technology, we were able to pretty much get it from birth all the way through to a year.
So that by missing those earlier days, they might have
Maybe.
had a higher success rate, possibly. Possibly.
I got to be careful. Some of the authors of that original study might be listening, and they'd be highly offended if I said that. But yes, you could arguably say that they may have missed some of the most vulnerable periods in a calf's
I mean,
life.
that's sort of the way science works, right? As technology
Yeah, it
gets
gets better,
better,
yeah,
the
yeah.
science is going to get a little better. So that can sort of happen, right?
Yes.
That we can figure that out. How's he doing? You're his boss. How's he
He's
doing?
doing great.
Okay.
He's my super boss.
So, okay.
There's a few chain links.
And so, when it comes to the predation, you said bears, coyotes.
I should say canine.
Canine.
Technically, we said bears was a portion of it, and then canine was another one. It was difficult to make a distinction between coyote and feral dog. I will say that the likelihood of feral dogs being out there is slim. So most of that is probably due to coyote.
Okay.
But it's possible that there might be a few feral dogs out there that took some animals.
Do you have you studied? Do you know? Is there like a step down in predation from bears and coyotes as the calf gets bigger and then becomes a yearling? Like, does that, or are they still being preyed upon as adults? Like a pack of coyotes are coming and
It's
getting out?
really just the calf cohort
Okay.
that's going to be taken by coyotes and black bears. The main predator of adults is
Humans.
people. Yes,
Right.
So either directly through hunting or indirectly through cars and
Right.
things like that.
Okay, yeah, because Pennsylvania we don't have those predators that are typically associated with adult.
Wolves, cougar,
yeah.
those are the animals.
No
that would
mountain
be-
lions.
That would be.
Had to bring that in.
No mountain lions.
I knew it was
I won't
coming.
tell you my background either.
That is a funny story. I used to research mountain lions.
My master's was on mountain lions.
So that's why you're here. So that's why you're
Let's
here.
not go down that road.
Now we know the truth comes out.
comes out.
All right. So, Jeremy, the excitement, right, for today
Yeah.
is,
Palpable.
yeah. I mean, you got three people here in the booth that don't work for the Game Commission that all have a vested interest in elk hunting, right? Excitement for hopefully getting a tag pull, but to be fair, it's going to be a pretty low number, right, of actual people. That being said, it's actually a pretty, let's say, you still have a pretty good chance. Like, I still have a pretty good chance in comparison to Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, a place like that, right?
Define chance. Like you're saying that
The probability is a little bit better here than other states. Or no,
don't
or
know.
am I wrong?
I don't know that. So,
Okay.
and when you say Colorado, I mean you can buy an over-the-counter tag in Colorado. You're talking about some of the special draw zones. or
Yeah,
something? Okay.
yeah.
I
For-
honestly-
for to be able to get a bull of similar
Sure.
caliber
Yeah,
here.
I mean, you don't typically. Gotta be careful saying this. There are fewer large antlered bulls per area in the western United States than there are in the state of Pennsylvania.
Now his email address is
The odds are not good. Okay, I mean, I can't spin
Yeah, I
that
mean-
in any positive, like super positive way. The placation I can offer is it's $12.
Right.
Okay, so like the odds are not good of you drawing a tag in Pennsylvania, but it's $12 to put in, and you can't win if you're not in.
And it's better odds than the Mega Millions.
Yes. Okay, so we
Right?
know that. Yeah. Like
Yeah,
I
I
always
mean-
get the complaint that you got better odds of being struck by lightning. That is not true. I did look that up one time, and that's like 1 in 7 million or something like that. And then the Mega Millions is like 1 in insane number. So
Yeah.
yes, you do have a better odds of pulling a Pennsylvania elk tag than you do of getting struck by lightning or winning the Mega Millions.
And to make it to make it feel palatable, right, for the people like myself that haven't been drawn for years now, right? The money's going to a good cause. I'll let Bryan answer that question.
Yeah, I mean, we go right back into our elk management program. That's, it takes a lot to research and manage these elk and do all the habitat work that we have going on. Working with our partners at DCNR and Kika. So it's a major investment. Not only helps elk, it helps a lot of wildlife.
So what are we doing to help manage the elk outside of the hunt, right, and the research? What kind of like boots on the ground work is being done?
Habitat. I mean, would be the main.
What does that mean?
So, yeah, that's a good question.
Because when you get elk specific, it's going to be different than what you would do for white-tailed deer. It's going to be different
Kind. I mean,
than
yeah,
what you're going to do
different.
for pheasants or turkey. I mean, there's going to be overlap.
There are overlap,
right?
yes. There are definitely overlaps. And
but-
things that we do in the name of elk, really do benefit a ton of different species. But the one limiting factor for eastern United States, Pennsylvania included, is herbaceous grassland type habitat, right? So in Pennsylvania, reclaimed strip mines, right, generally make pretty good elk habitat. Some of our game lands include those. The Game Lands 311, where we are today, includes a lot of reclaimed strip mines. But that's always a constant thing of trying to I got to be careful about saying like convert forested areas into grasslands, but take a forested area, thin it down some, and really turn it into more of an herbaceous understory where you have grasses and forbs on the understory, but you still may have some scattered trees, right? We like to refer to it more as a woodland savanna type environment versus a grassland, but still, you've got to have that herbaceous understory to support elk. They're more likely to graze than they are to browse. They will browse, particularly in winter, but if grass is available, typically that's what elk
We really don't want it. If they're browsing too much, that's actually a bad sign, right? Because that means the habitat can't support them. And you're saying you want to be careful about like converting. Listen, this isn't the 70s anymore. It's okay to cut down a tree. It's okay to cut down a bunch of trees. When we manage forests in a sustainable way and you're cutting them down, it actually benefits wildlife, including elk, deer, turkey,
grassland
grouse,
songbirds. Yep.
songbirds,
Yes. So many
right?
of our non-game
snakes,
species as well.
right? Like it's okay to cut down trees. Like it actually benefits more wildlife to cut down trees than to allow basically a savanna of nothingness, a desert underneath.
We don't want
trees,
ferns,
right?
We don't want an understory of ferns.
As someone who has 70 acres, that the majority of that is ferns underneath, it is maddening how slow the tree regeneration is, right? So it's okay to cut down the trees.
In fact, forestry is our biggest habitat management technique that we have by far.
Can you talk about that for a second, because there's some misconceptions out there, right? Over by Mundorf, a couple years ago, there was a timber stand improvement done, and there was a lot of lumber left on the floor.
Yeah.
Why isn't it they cut down trees, they take them, and they pay the game commission?
Well, not specifically familiar with that situation, but there's going to be a lot of debris there. Number one, you want to leave the debris there because it helps decrease the amount of deer depredation on seedlings as they come up through those canopies that are laying on the ground. That what we call dead woody debris on the ground is great for other wildlife species. Provides great cover, get good regeneration, and the key with forestry is, after a while, anybody who's been, especially North Country or anywhere where there's a forest, after it matures, you get a closed canopy. You no longer have that diversity of plants. Plants is what things like deer need to eat. It's what elk need to eat. You look at the wild turkey. If you don't have any good nesting cover at that level, you're not going to have as successful nests. So that cover, that diversity and forest management is the biggest tool that we can apply. On our game lands, we have a very aggressive and large forestry program. That's where we do most of our habitat.
Yeah, and sometimes the work that the Game Commission wants done, right, forestry-wise, isn't going to be profitable to a company that's going to come
Sometimes
in,
we
right?
have to pay to have it taken down.
Right.
Yeah.
So, or you could theoretically, right, say like, hey, we want you to cut this. We'll let you cut this other where you can make money off of this.
Exactly.
So it's a trade-off,
Yes,
right? So just because you see trees cut down and timber not taken, that doesn't mean it's wasted, right? It was done in a management perspective way.
Yep.
Right. Okay. So I just want to get that out there to these people. Like, you look at that and you're like, man, why did they leave? Because you're trying to meet management goals.
Right. And there's a method to their madness.
Right. And not just we need to make as much money as possible off of this. Although that is a nice.
We have to be
little
good
benefit.
stewards. You know, we
Yeah.
have resources out there that can bring back benefit to the wildlife. We got to be smart about it, but at the same time, our priority is always wildlife. So we don't, you know, we do commercial forestry to help wildlife habitat.
Right, because if it was nothing but doing it for the money, it would just be clear cuts, right, all over the place that aren't always the best management option
Well,
for that area.
That gets a little complicated because, you know, there's nothing wrong with clear cuts. There's an appropriate place for clear cuts. And when we look at, like, you have a timber stand improvement site, your TSI you talked about, or you want to get more shade in the ground to get more of what we call advanced oak regeneration or tree regeneration going before you do that final harvest. At some point in time, you got to sit back to get that early successional habitat,
Right.
and then the forest grows again. That's why it's so important. You know, we look at like deer depredation or deer browsing on that regenerating forest. That's your future forest is those young seedlings on the forest floor. If you don't have them, they're not going to come in by themselves. You got to
Right.
have them before you cut it. It gets real complicated. I mean, forestry is a real science.
Yeah, which is why on our property we leave it to professionals to tell us what to do, because it's like, I don't know. Yeah, that sounds good. I can research, but I don't have time, right? Like, it's not my job. It's
That's why you hire a forester.
yeah, that's why I hire
It
foresters.
takes time, right? They're planning 30, 40, 50
Yeah,
years.
beyond
and
their
stuff that
career.
they're never going to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I mean, the last time we had ours timbered, it was basically pulpwood, because we had to leave the good
Yep.
oaks and the good maples there, because if we cut those out, we'd never have them again, and it was going to be just nothing but birch and white pine, and that wasn't going to meet our management goals. You know, so it's like, okay, let's look into the future. I'm never going to see a timber harvest on my property that. My family property that makes me a bunch of money, right? That's not going to happen because we don't have the trees to be able to do that. But we can manage now so that it ends up giving us a little bit of money to do and accomplish management goals to where my son will be able to get a good timber harvest off there. Unfortunately, trees don't grow fast. So
Takes time.
it takes a while. Jeremy, before you leave, to get to the drawing where, by the way, my name's going to get pulled, so don't worry about that. And that's
If it does, you better say something.
everyone's going to know whenever I get that phone call.
Okay.
What do we need to know about elk? What do you want to leave people with about just elk in general and what's going on?
I think Pennsylvania has one of the most amazing wildlife programs out there, elk included. I'm a small piece of that, you know. Put in for the drawing, right? If you're interested in hunting elk, put in for the drawing. Who cares if it has bad odds? You know, it's $12. It's still a good investment, as you pointed out. If you're interested in just seeing elk and kind of the non-consumptive part of it, and you know, enjoying elk culture, come up to Benezette. There's nothing wrong with that either. Like, this environment is really catered to that. And just enjoy the outdoors, I guess is what I'm trying to say, right? Whether you are a consumptive user, you're hunting, whether you're a non-consumptive user, you just want to be out there viewing elk or enjoying the outdoors. You know, the Game Commission is a part of all of that, and we manage wildlife for all people, regardless of, you know, where their value set is. So just do it. Yeah, that's awesome.
Jeremy, thanks for joining.
Thank you.
We're going
for
to
having me.
switch over to Bryan because I know you're busy today.
I'm going to go do a talk,
Yeah.
and then I'm going to zip over and do the drawing, so I will hopefully pull your name here soon.
Yeah, good. I can't wait.
Now we can talk about it.
Now we can talk bad about him and how he didn't go to Penn State.
Yep. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
I wasn't part of the interview.
Thank you, Jason.
Yeah. What are you going to do? You know,
are.
get these out-of-staters. Oh, man. The best person for the job.
But then he resigns.
All right, Bryan. Let's talk. We've been talking a lot about elk stuff, but there's more than just elk here, right? There's more than just elk. I mean, this is Elk Expo. We have to talk about elk, but Pennsylvania offers way more than just elk. So let's talk about the Game Commission. What's been going on with the Game Commission?
You know, it's been an exciting year. So we had, the biggest change we've seen is instead of going to red envelopes for antlerless licenses, now we're able to go online and purchase your hunting license and your antlerless tag, if it was still available, right off the bat. I love that I got my 2G and my hunting license in 3 minutes on my home computer. worked like a charm. Now the first day went a little rough. In the morning we did have some issues with some coding errors that weren't discovered. It took about an hour and a half for the engineers to figure that out and fix that. But ever since then, it's run really smooth. In fact, on the second round of antlerless license, we basically had the queues, basically as kind of think about it as a waiting room, cleared out by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So very little wait time, and all except for those 2 peak days, it's just go online, get it, or walk in the store and get it. So it's been really easy. It was quite a, how should we say, inconvenience for hunters that sat through that period of time when the system never crashed. It slowed down. There were some technical reasons behind it. It doesn't matter other than it wasn't working like it should.
Yeah.
But it is working. They continue to make changes. And this is a big change in how we as hunters go about acquiring our license. So it's going to take us hunters time to figure out this new ball game and how it works. We've learned a lot from the first go around. So we're going to be able to change up our communications to a hunter and better. We got to do a better job of educating our hunters about maybe if you're going for a wildlife management unit that still has an abundance of antlerless tags, there's no need to go on a peak day. Go when it's convenient for you. The next day after you're coming home from work, or you get up in the morning and just sign on your computer and order it. So there's ways around that. So, but overall, it actually has worked really, really well. The system, we just got through our second round. We got DMAP and our third round here coming up on August 14th. So that's coming up. So it's going to take some time though.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you throw a whole new system in,
Yeah.
right, there's going to be some growing pains. As someone who logged on, got into the queue, honestly, I just wanted to experience it.
Right.
I knew that the management unit I was going for was not going to sell out on the first day.
Yeah.
I knew that wasn't going to happen. And as it turned out, none of them sold out on the first day.
No, none of them.
2G was the first one, and that took
till
until Wednesday,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So for next year, right, everyone can just relax a little bit on that first day, right? Except for 2G, I understand that.
Yeah, but even I went on Tuesday morning, 3 minutes in, out, done. I
Right,
got my 2G tag.
and that was curiosity for me. And I have to say, now, Grant, I'm a teacher. I don't work in the summer, right? So I could just sort of sit around all day. But it was nice. Like, I got on, queue, put my email address in, and then now, granted, it was hours later, right? Because there was a big rush of people.
Yeah.
But I got the email, and within 20 minutes, I had my license, had my DOE tag. We're good to go,
Yeah.
right? So it really didn't have that bad. I didn't think it was that bad.
No, I went down in the afternoon because Bass Pro is a big retailer of licenses. I went down and I just started walking the line and talking to hunters, and asking them, what WMU are you applying for? And one said 5C, and I'm like, that never sells out there in the first round. He says, I know, I just wanted to come and check it out. And I heard that repetitively all through the line.
Yep.
It's just exciting. I just wanted to be here. The line at that, by the end, the system was operating as it should function, so the line wait wasn't long that first Monday. But they said, hey, I just wanted to experience it, and
It's funny. It's funny to me because I listen to like the Meat Eater podcast, right? And Bryan Callahan is a vice president of the board for BHA, right? So BHA has been very much a proponent over the years of get rid of the pink envelope system. And Ryan has brought up the fact that PA, they have the system, and everyone else that sits down in that podcast is like, wait, what? What do they do? Like, what do you mean you can't just get it online? So it's like, in this state, while it seems like a huge change for us,
Yeah.
the vast majority of hunters in the rest of the country are like, yeah, we've been doing that for 10 years.
Yeah, and the Game Commission, we've been selling licenses online for a long time. Now this system was different in that there's an issue of the volume.
Right.
So you'll hear this word queue, which is the software. So one of the ways we prepared for this surge, we knew there would be a high peak volume. We expected delays. One of the ways we work with that is something called QIT, which is a program. Think about a doctor's office. You walk in, you sit in a doctor's office, and the doctor can only handle so many people an hour. So as the doctor has finished one patient, somebody from the waiting room gets moved into it. So that's what it keeps the system from crashing. So this is the way all these systems operate with QIT is, you may have 15, 17,000 people in the waiting room, but if the system can process 10 to 15,000 licenses an hour, 17,000 or whatever isn't a big number because it chews through those pretty quick. So again, the second round, we had the queue completely emptied out, which means you were just going in and getting your license by 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, I think I only had to wait on the second round because I think I logged on around 9 o'clock. I only waited, I don't know, I think it was 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's 10,
like I
15
actually
minutes,
I almost wasn't ready. I was like, oh crap, I gotta get rolling.
And one thing we're finding is kind of interesting is it looks like I anticipate our sales will be higher this year because it's just so much easier to get your license. Now, the one complaint I have had from several of my friends are saying, hey, you know, I usually got 2 antlerless licenses for this unit, but they sold out before I could get one, which leads me to believe it was just because it was easier. Even myself, I typically didn't go through the hassle of the pink envelopes. Maybe since I've been back in Pennsylvania, I've gotten 1 doe tag the whole time. This year, it was just easy. 3 minutes, got my license and my 2G tag, and I was done.
See, it's interesting that you say that because for me, I actually had the opposite experience. For the first time ever, I got a second doe tag in 2F.
Yeah.
Because it was always sold out pink envelope style. At least mine wasn't processed
Right.
in time to get a second one for that second round. But this year, I was able to get one.
Yeah.
So I actually had a different experience
Yeah.
than what some of your friends have had. You know, and there's always going to be good and bad.
Well, we have a
right?
lot of data mining, a lot of information we're going to be chewing through as we look to next year and the improvements that we can make and look at the patterns and the trends. You know, for those that got stuck in that line at opening day, I mean, I apologize. It was not fun. But the system does work. It's very robust. It works very well. We're going to continue to make refinements and improvements. No different than when our system just, you know, we change vendors every few years. You have to, because of the way there's a way we have a state contract, we have to go out and bid projects. The state, that's just the way we have to do things. So when this new system came out a few years ago, we had glitches in there. And I mean, there was a company I went on their website the other day. They had a new rollout of the system, and they had a problem where I couldn't put my credit card information. I called them, they said, well, they're working through that. Try back in 3 hours. 3 hours later, I went online, boom, it worked. You know, it just takes some time to get through that. So you're going to have those bugs that are in there.
Yeah. So overall, not terrible, right?
No.
Some of the complaints that I saw were about, you know, standing in line at a physical store for a long time. It's hard, though, for me to justify that because those people tended to be, you know, going to big box stores, Walmart, Dunham's, Bass Pro Shop, right? Where that's a high volume store anyways.
Yeah, look
right,
at day
for
2,
that
Bass
stuff.
Pro, there was no line at all.
Right.
Yeah.
And the quick story I have about that is my uncle went to a place called Pine Run Pools, which happens to sell licenses, right? And it's a pool.
Well, they're going to be busy
store.
next year now.
Right,
aren't
yeah,
they?
now they're going to be busy. But he was in and out within 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, like if you can find those smaller places,
Yeah.
you don't have to wait in line as
No.
long, right?
Exactly.
So some of it's a little on the users here too.
Right, yeah.
A little bit,
Well,
right?
that's where-
And I say that as someone who myself contributed to that.
Well, that's
you know,
as an
that first
agency,
day.
we got to do a better job. Now that we have a track record and some data to go on, we're going to do a better job of communicating to our hunters and laying that out and say, here's what we experienced last year. And that's why we keep a live running number of antlerless licenses still available by the Wildlife
I
Management.
loved seeing that.
Yeah, and it's easy to get to. It's right there on the top. You click it and you can look at that. And that's all I did on the first day. I knew the math that you were not going to sell out of 2G the first day.
Yeah.
So I'm like, you know, before I went to work out the next morning, I got online, boom, it was done, and it was easy as pie.
Yeah. Again, first year, you're going to have some issues, right? You try to fix as many of those issues as best you can for next year, and then just keep doing that.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, just make it
It's
better
really
and
the
better.
only way that we can do that. And as it happens, you know, as we use this system more and more, the hunters are going to be more aware, right, of how it all works.
Absolutely, yeah,
And
we'll get
it's just-
used to it
It's going
again.
to get smoother for everybody as the years go on. That's just the way it's going to be. When Jeremy was here, we were talking about, you know, applying for elk tags, right?
Yeah.
$12, money goes to a good cause, all that stuff. Let's clear up maybe some misinformation that might be out there, right? How was the Game Commission founded and how is it funded?
Yes. Okay. So we were established by the legislature in 1895. So the reason, you know, this was really driven by sportsmen, hunters, and anglers at that time that said, hey, you know, we've got some real wildlife issues in the state. You had market hunting, you had really no seasons and bags. You had no seasons and bags for the most part. And the hunters really banded together for the creation of the Pennsylvania Game Commission. So that's why we were established in 1895. And
Was it the first agency in the United States?
No, it wasn't the first.
No, it wasn't
Actually,
the first.
Fish and Boat was actually born a few
Okay.
years before us.
Okay.
And that's why Pennsylvania is the only state that has a separate Fish and Boat and Game Commission, just because that's kind of where we were established. But if you think about it, it's really not really much any different than any other agency. They have different divisions. So you have a wildlife
Right.
division and a fisheries division. They're always separate. We just have different agencies in the different buildings. So that's the only difference there. But you know, and that's where the Game Commission, it's interesting to look at the history of the commission as it evolved, similar to the rest of the United States and Canada. So you often hear the term North American Model Wildlife Management, which really just looks back and it describes how we manage wildlife in North America that has led to all the successes. So if you look at North America, we definitely have had great conservation successes, unlike other places. I mean, it just has really worked. And we use the North American model as a way to define how we got to where we're at today. It's not a prescriptive model that says, well, you got to do these things in order to be successful. It says, no, well, this is how we did it, because things change over time. But I think one of the important things for people to everybody to understand is that we have something called the public trust doctrine. So the public trust doctrine basically states that all the wildlife resources belong to all citizens of Pennsylvania. It's really important, fundamental part of wildlife management in all of our state agencies here in the United States and Canada, is that the wildlife belongs to all the citizens of that state. So, the agency, we are established as the trustee of that natural resource on behalf of the citizens to manage the wildlife resource. Now, you ever wonder why wildlife management seems so controversial? I'll give you an example. Let's just look at deer hunting. So, or deer by itself. Who are our constituents that have an interest and say so in how deer are managed in Pennsylvania? I've got farmers who usually are having problems with too many deer. I've got forest landowners who, forestry is a big business in Pennsylvania, are always struggling to make sure they have enough oak or tree regeneration to keep future forests growing. I've got motorists who going down the road and don't want to hit deer, and we see a lot of that in Pennsylvania. We have suburban communities that have deer populations that are constantly impacting them all the time. And then, of course, we have hunters. So hunters have a different idea of what they want from the resource as compared to a forest landowner, a farmer, a motorist, or a suburban
All those
landowner.
other ones had one thing in common: they want less deer.
Yeah.
And then we have hunters that
We typically want more.
typically
deer.
want more.
And according to the public trust doctrine, we have to manage on behalf of all the citizens of Pennsylvania. And that's why we have an open public process, and we have a deer management plan where everybody provides feedback. But at the end of the day, there's still no doubt that we're providing a hunting recreational opportunity and trying to balance that with all the other special interest groups. So that's why wildlife management is so controversial, is because so many people want different things from the same wildlife resource. I mean, let's look within our own hunting community. We've got bow hunters, I got rifle hunters, I got crossbow hunters, I got muzzleloader hunters, or inline hunters, I've got flintlock hunters. All of them want different things from the deer hunting experience. Then if we even break that up, I've got young hunters that want to get into hunting. I've got mid-age hunters that are starting their career and have different challenges. I got senior hunters who have different challenges and opportunities. Each one of those segments demands something different from the resource. Wildlife management always has been and always will be very controversial because nobody can please everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody going to want something that's simpler. So I heard the question one time recently, well, why is every time the Game Commission is mentioned is so controversial? Well, there's why. We have 1,000,001 people that want the same thing. And as an agency, our job is to try to balance all of that together as best we can. And that's, you look at our governance, how the agency was structured, like a lot of the agencies in the United States. We have a board of commissioners, which is nominated by the governor and then approved by the Senate. Those commissioners are regular people that at least have some knowledge of wildlife management and hunting and trapping, and they basically there's 9 of them, and they each come from a district within Pennsylvania. Now the difference is they're taken from these districts to make sure they have a different perspective from their area of people. But when they're making their decisions, they're making decisions statewide.
Okay.
So it's not like, say, a legislator listens to their constituents in their district. The commissioners have to listen to their constituents in their district, but then they have to make a decision for what's best for the entire state. So the commissioners, it's a tough job, and bless them all for what they do, the amount of work, and they catch a lot of heat. But I'll tell you what, these are good people that work really hard. But this governance structure for how wildlife management agencies are structured is absolutely critical to the future of wildlife management, which is one of the reasons we've done so well in North America with so many great I mean, you look at it today compared to when the agency was established in 1895, we are absolutely living in the golden days of wildlife management right now. We have more elk, we have more turkey, we have more deer, we have more everything. Things are a little bit different here and there, and we've gone through some highs and we've gone through some lows, but man, things are going good.
And how is the Game Commission funded?
Yes.
Right. So that's something that is a big misconception for
Absolutely. first and foremost, we'll put it laid out. We receive no state tax money from Pennsylvania. Our revenue comes from three main sources: hunting and trapping licenses. Next would be natural resource extraction, whether that's gas, whether that's timber. So we'll get the funding from there. And then the third one is the Pittman-Robertson Fund from the Pittman-Robertson Act of 1937, which is a federal excise tax on arms, ammunition, and archery equipment, which is then taken and used to fund conservation. It was basically changed wildlife management in 1937 to what it is today, and helps us, billions and billions of dollars have been able to be reinvested. Now, the amount of money we get through PR is dependent on the size of the state, number of hunters. Well, guess, we got a pretty big state, and we have second highest number of hunters in the nation. We do pretty good with PR dollars, and they allow us to make a lot of major investments.
But that just showcases the importance of why we need to make sure we maintain the number of hunters that we licenses that are sold in the state, because if that number starts dropping off, that means the agency starts getting less PR dollars.
Well, even more than that, we also lose, my fear is we lose relevancy of hunting. Hunting is very relevant in Pennsylvania. All the surveys show Pennsylvania citizens support hunting. They understand at least that hunting's a part of our culture here in Pennsylvania. But as you see this in other states where the percentage of population starts to dwindle as far as which ones of them are hunters, the relevancy starts to fade away.
And then legislation comes about that impacts
Exactly.
right the hunting and trapping community.
Yep. So, we want to keep, another thing as a hunter myself, I want to share that hunting passion with other people. I think maybe not everybody is going to be a hunter. I think everybody probably has in their DNA a desire to hunt, but some people maybe just never get there for whatever reason. But I certainly want to do my part to share that heritage, that addiction to hunting that is such a big part of my life, because I'm very passionate about it. I love to hunt. I love interacting with other hunters. It's just part of who I am. It's in my DNA.
So as we wrap up here, what's the sort of last takeaway that you have to share with everyone about the Game Commission?
Don't ever hesitate to reach out to us and ask questions. There's so much misinformation out there. Anybody who watches the news, we all know you're going to see a lot of misinformation out there. And on a daily basis, I see it spread everywhere. Just call us, ask us. We'll happily say, hey, is this true? I heard this. And we'll be able to explain yes or no. Is it true or is it not true? We'll give you the facts that we have. Check out our website. Our website is packed with a lot of great information about wildlife, about hunting. There's a lot of great information that'll clear out any misconceptions. I could go on and on with all the big hot button areas, like predation and predators are responsible for X, Y, and Z, and we could spend hours talking about that. But we are really living in amazing times for wildlife management. Yes, we have our challenges. CWD and white-tailed deer. Will it get into the elk? Probably just a matter of time. We have white nose syndrome in bats. Now we're seeing, after a lot of work and research, we're actually seeing some positive things from our bat population with some of the things that we've been doing. So, we've got a lot of work to do with the goshawk and with its recent listing. But that's what we're in the business to do. We have technical people. That's what they do. Man, it's a great place. I mean, I'll tell you what, I am humbled by 850 employees that I get to serve with every day. I mean, these people get up every single day dedicated to wildlife resources and the management of it. They're smart, motivated, dedicated people that get up every day wanting to serve the citizens of Pennsylvania and the wildlife resource.
That's awesome. Bryan, thanks for joining me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And enjoy the weekend.
I'll do it.
All right.
All right, Talon's back. Jason's on another break, and we're here with Randy with Hunters Sharing the Harvest. How are you doing?
I'm great.
Yeah,
Glad
nice
to be here.
Yeah, nice to have you. I feel like awkward, like I'm sitting straight ahead. I'm gonna kind of turn towards you
do
just
the
so
same.
it's a little more informal, and we're not like talking to the camera and talking to each other instead. So,
Right.
like you said, I know you've talked to Jason before, and I know a little bit about the Hunting Sharing the Harvest program. The processor right up the road from our house does it. I haven't killed enough deer yet to do it.
Trust me, I'm on about a 3-year rut right now myself, so I know the feeling.
Do you want to lead off with like how the program started with us,
Sure.
and anything with that?
Absolutely. So, Hunter Sharing the Harvest is Pennsylvania's venison donation program. We were founded in 1991 by a couple gentlemen by the name of John Plowman and Ken Brandt, and basically they were trying to, at the time, sort of come up with a way to organize some of the efforts that had already been going on to some extent or another, a lot of times with game wardens, for instance, where they would have maybe mistake kills or dispatch deer or something like that they would take to a processor, and then they would make sure that it would get to some needy families in their area. But it wasn't a real organized thing, and of course someone had to pay the bill for those deer to be processed, unless the processor was just donating those services, So what John and Ken came up with was a model where you could try and scale something like this up at a larger level and really hopefully expand it over the years, where people could donate deer and then have a funding source to pay for the processing of those deer, so that the processor wouldn't be asked to basically have to donate that labor and overhead and everything that they have involved in the process. And so, to make a long story short, they just did that. They were both very good networkers. They were both either involved with the legislature here in Pennsylvania, or in John Plowman's case, he was an employee of the Game Commission at the time. So they had all the right connections to try and make this work. And over the years, the program has just grown phenomenally to the point now where we're looking at record-setting numbers. It seems like every year or two we're
I
breaking
just
a
read
new
that.
record.
Yeah,
So,
and that's fantastic. And I didn't even realize that it went it's gone since 1991. It was, although you say it was like pretty informal at that time.
Right.
When would you say like it became like a formal that anyone could
91
do it as
was when
opposed-
it actually became a formal
Oh,
organization.
really? So before that,
it was many years before that you had
Okay.
game wardens and so forth that were just kind of doing it on their own, a lot of times maybe out of their own pockets and that
Yeah.
type of thing. So it was 91 when the organization was formed, and in those first 10 or 11 years, we have some kind of sketchy numbers. We don't have real good numbers about how the donations went, but we've been able to pretty much estimate what kind of donations we had those years, to the point where now, since we've been keeping good records for the last 25 or so of those years, we've been able to figure out that we fed about 10 million servings of venison over the course
That's
of the years.
fantastic. It's a big number.
Yeah.
It's a big number, and definitely a needed area. I remember growing up being a kid. I remember, cops like having to dispatch deer that was hit by a roadkill, and they'd taken somebody they knew, kind of the same thing as they started that. And I didn't really hear of the Hunters Sharing the Harvest program. Probably had to be at least after 2000. I can't put a date to it. Like, when I was like, oh, this is the year I heard of this, you know?
Yep.
And it's been my goal to donate, but maybe I'm not good enough to do that. But so what changed in like the promotion from the early stages to now, where I think a lot more people know that it exists, but I still don't think everybody knows it exists, because I talk to people all the time and they say, I don't need another deer. And I said, well, the Hunters Sharing the Harvest program. And they'll say, well,
You
what's
get the
that?
blank stare.
Yeah, exactly.
Right,
So,
right.
And that was, now you're still hearing about it, but even then, like, what's been the process of getting that word out that this exists? You can still go out and enjoy the woods. You don't have to hang on to all this deer meat.
Right. It's really been truly a grassroots type of effort for many, many years, and with a lot of support from things like the outdoor media here in Pennsylvania. We have some tremendous outdoor writers and journalists, and now these days, the podcasts and all the new ways to reach out to the hunting public and engage with them. I think that's been really critical for us. And of course, at some point during those initial years, we probably didn't have very much of a web presence, but we've got a really robust website, and we have had now for almost 20 years. We've had a really good relationship with the Pennsylvania Game Commission, A lot of times we get mistaken as being sort of a department or a bureau or part of the Game Commission, which we're not. We're a standalone 501c3, but they've given us tremendous support over the years, in-kind support. You notice on page 60 of your Hunting Digest this year, there's a full-page ad for Hunter Sharing the Harvest in there. They'll usually find us some space in the game news sometime in the fall, right before hunting season, and that's tremendous because now you're getting that word out in front of hundreds of thousands of hunters.
Instead of just the word of mouth,
exactly.
that I first heard about it.
Right.
And then even then it was like, well, okay, well, what do we do? And now you're able to go to a website, see it, say, okay, this is what's going on. But the gist of it is you have to go to participating processor.
Right. Yep, we have about 100 processors around the state, so we have pretty good representation, but there are a couple of counties where, and sometimes they're typically fairly high deer harvest counties too, where we don't have processors, so we're always in recruiting mode too, and just trying to find those processors to work with us. We make the process as easy as possible for them as well. Like I said, we make sure they get paid. So essentially, when they accept deer from a hunter, we ask them to just grind all of that deer into burger, as hard as it is for us to see backstraps and things like that being ground into burger, but it's the most efficient way to distribute that out to the hungry in Pennsylvania. So they receive the deer, they grind it all into burger. We provide them with 1, 2, or 5 pound bags, chub bags, that they can put that burger into. And then from there, they're just going to call either their local food bank or soup kitchen, or we have a lot of volunteer coordinators around the state that are sort of the boots on the ground volunteer workforce for us that'll a lot of times go out, pick up that deer meat, make sure it gets to the local food pantry and so forth. Again, to try and make it as easy on the processors as possible, to make sure that they're not sitting on a lot of venison in their cold storage either, because they're all stressed once they get into the season to keep the venison
especially
moving.
rifle season that first concurrent
absolutely.
now. They've been getting hammered with deer that first day.
Right, absolutely.
Okay, and so how do and you can go to the website, you can see the different processors, see if there's one in your area to take it to, but do you have resources for like a processor that like hears this and may be interested in, okay, I might be able to help with Hunter Sharing the Harvest, or I know people that would be interested in doing it and I can be a part of that. Do you go through the website then?
Yeah, the website is always your best bet because we've got all the answers to questions you might have about how you donate a deer, where you donate a deer. We've got an interactive county map that'll tell you where your local processor is. And then yes, for processors that might be interested, we have some different downloadable PDFs and things like that kind of familiarize them with the program. We've got a form on the website that you can fill out real easy and send it. That shoots an email to me, and then I'll follow up and talk to those processors about how we do everything and how the whole thing works.
And then they get paid from you for the processing. That's like a set
exactly.
fee.
Each year we negotiate that rate with our processors, and then at the end of the season, or sometimes they'll even do it periodically through the years, like through the hunting season, I'll have some processors that will send in a reimbursement right at the end of archery with any of the donations they've gotten since then.
Right.
And then another one at the end of the regular rifle season, and then again maybe in early February when we wind up with muzzleloader and all of that.
Right.
So, and then we just cut them a check, pay them for each one of those deer they processed at the rate we agreed on. And
so you're just helping people doing what they already do. They're processing deer to begin with, and now you're helping them by getting them an extra paycheck for possibly deer that somebody wouldn't have got because they want to help with the Hunter Sharing the Harvest program.
Yeah, exactly, because we don't want there to be a financial burden on the hunter or the processor, really. Right. We want the hunter to just be able to do the good of donating the deer. We want the processor to know that they're going to get paid. And a lot of them are very charitable people, and they probably would try and work with us and maybe even donate some services. But we just want to make sure that that's not even a question in their mind, that they're going to get paid for those deer.
Right.
Because they're paying people, they're hiring staff, and a lot of times they're faced with a lot of cost and everything. And, things like the hide market has all but disappeared over the years, where that was actually a revenue stream for them in the past. Right. So they're all facing a lot of challenges. We just want to make sure they're getting rewarded as they should be for what they do.
And it's easy for the hunter too.
Right.
Because you get to keep doing what you're doing, and it is as easy as just show up and say, I'm donating this.
Yeah, exactly. You harvest that deer, tag it, field dress it just like you normally would before you take it to a processor. Then you drop it off, let them know it's for Hunter Sharing the Harvest. they're going to have you fill out a real simple donor receipt, and that's really just for us to capture information about you so that we can follow up with you with a thank you letter and things like that. And we'll capture some other details there too, like we're interested in knowing, was it an archery harvest? Was it a firearms harvest? This year we've added buck or doe just because we just want to get a sense for, you know, what that data is.
Yeah.
And things like, was it a DMAP deer? Was it a red tag deer? Sometimes it'll be a game warden dispatch deer or something. That just helps us, again, capture some data there. But the receipt is small, simple, and that's the only thing you have to do when you drop that deer off. So.
And then any extra, like let's say I shot a buck that I wanted to get mounted and had the butcher cape it for me.
Yep.
Then I would be paying for the cape services. You would be paying for the
Sure.
butchering services.
We're going to handle the butchering
and then
processing.
the rest of that gets donated. I get to keep my cape and antlers or
Yep.
whatever it is that I'm
Yeah,
asking to
absolutely.
keep from
You
the
have
deer,
you have
except
all the
for-
same capabilities as you would if you were dropping it off to be processed. You can do whatever you want with that. We're obviously not concerned with
Right.
anything but the meat. So
Yeah, except for the meat.
Right.
Like there's no negotiation on the meat, like we were talking before and laughing. Like I want to keep one backstrap, or I want to keep this. And
Yep.
that's a non-negotiable. It is whole
Right,
deer
right.
getting ground up to send
and
to a
we
food bank.
and we totally understand why people might want to just keep that one real choice cut
Yeah.
of the meat before they donate it, and you can do that. But in that case, we would ask you to pay the processing fee because of the fact that we've negotiated this rate and we're paying a whole deer rate for each one of them. So for us to have to try and police that, where one time it might just be a backstrap, the next time it might be backstrap and roasts or something that the hunter wants to keep while we're paying
And
that bill.
That's
So,
totally understandable. You know?
Yeah,
And it's
yeah.
just a great thing. Like I think it's such a cool thing that you guys do. Anytime I'm talking to anybody and they say, "Oh, I only need one deer," I go, "No, get out, keep hunting."
Right.
Because there's hunters sharing the harvest. Like it's because there are a lot of times that's all people want. I can shoot my one deer a year, and that's all I need. And well, if you want to keep hunting, this is a great. Sorry, wives. This is a great excuse to stay out in the woods.
Exactly.
You know, you can say, "No, I gotta fill my tag. I'm gonna donate it for hunters sharing the harvest."
Well, that's how I respond to that every time someone talks about, well, I only need one or two deer.
Yeah.
And I said, but do you like your time outdoors? Do you like being out there in the field
Exactly.
hunting? Well, yeah, of course. Well, then go ahead, get those extra tags, fill
Yeah.
them.
We'll
and
take
when
it
you've
for
got
you.
what your family needs, that's when we ask you, then it's time to donate,
Yeah.
you know, from there.
And it's been great because in the past, you know, I've shared with different family. Hey, I got a deer I don't need. Somebody would usually take it.
Yep.
Well, that's starting to get less. I feel like it's starting to get less and less. I'm having a harder time, and so next time, that's what my goal is to donate to
There you
hunters
go.
sharing the harvest. Not
That's
just
my
to-
goal too every year. And believe me, the pressure I feel each year when I go out there, when I finally get one,
Yep.
I'm gonna have a real moral dilemma there
Yeah,
trying
do
to
I-
decide,
do I-
okay,
do I do
put it in the freezer or do I just send it right there? To,
Right. Maybe, yeah. Especially, when you work it, what am I supposed
yeah,
to
it's
do?
kind of in the job description.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. Oh man, that's funny. And that's like it's me. I've been having trouble. I have a 6-year-old at home, so it's like getting in the woods is really tough.
Yeah.
And now that it's really fun that like he's starting to come out with me. But the problem is like you're sitting on like a field edge. Like I'm not going like in deep like I normally
right.
do. You know, so it's not always as exciting. He's excited seeing a doe. Like,
Oh, yeah.
walk out there. You know.
Well,
but-
that's the beauty of it. You're gonna watch him progress through those stages of
Right, and
the
then-
interest and the capability.
And that's where I'm trying to tie this in. Like that's going to be. I usually kill 2 deer a year, and that gets us through the year. Well, when he starts hunting, you know,
Yeah.
like really hunting and being more successful than just sitting with me and getting behind the scope and going, never mind, I don't want to shoot it. And I'm like, oh, that's cool,
Right.
bud. We don't have to, you know.
Yep.
When he starts dropping some deer, and I still want to shoot a buck.
Exactly.
Like, what am I
Right.
going to do with it? There have been so many people that I've known that have had kids, and they're like, no, I haven't killed a deer in 10 years because my kids keep doing it.
Yeah.
Well, now that excuse is gone.
And-
Essentially, you can go get your buck or spend your time in the woods and shoot a doe or whatever it is that you want to do.
And what a value to teach kids. I mean, we're already out there trying to teach them about the experience and ethical hunting and everything else. To introduce them to something that's a selfless act early in their life, that's something new to them that they wouldn't normally be able to get their head around, that I'm going to give this deer away. That's a big thing for a kid to
It is.
do. But when they do it and when they start to understand what they've just done for other people that they don't know, that's something that they're going to carry with them as adult hunters, and that's
Yeah.
that's just as critical as everything else we
Right.
do with the R3 movement and so forth to try and get kids and folks that normally just wouldn't be involved in the hunting sports to do something beyond themselves.
And that's a fantastic point. And you know, like we were talking earlier too, I do got to ask about the donating. It is, you only really do deer. Has there been anything else that is accepted other than just white-tailed deer?
Yeah, basically it's in the deer family. So in other words, elk are fair game for our program, and we do occasionally see elk come through the program.
And there we go. That was the
We
that was
had
the
4
question.
last year.
Did you really?
4
4
elk.
elk were donated.
Yeah, it's hard to believe.
There you go. How about that?
Yeah.
And it's delicious too. Whoever got that lucked out.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. And just a couple weeks ago, there was a 7x7 that was hit by a car, I think just south of Emporium, and the game wardens were on the scene quick enough that they were able to field dress it, get it cooled down, and that actually made its way through our program too. So
Really? That's great.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
elk and deer in Pennsylvania.
elk and deer
or
are the
what can be
primary.
donated?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So no like waterfowl stuff like that. Bird.
Exactly.
It is
Yeah, there are
strictly
some states that have kind of figured out a way to donate other types of game animals.
Yeah,
but
that's
for
why I
us,
asked, 'cause I've heard
it's
of-
difficult because our philosophy is it's going out to the public food system, so we want to take every precaution we can to make sure that it's handled just the way it would be if it was being handled for retail purposes. So that's why we want to make sure all of our processors have some form of inspection or license, or that they get one through the Department of Ag called a custom deer processor certification, which only costs them $30 a year. So we want to make sure that we've got at least as much control as we possibly can over that process. And when you're talking about things like you mentioned waterfowl, that's going to be a hunter process type of thing, and you don't have any control over how well it's being done, how sanitarily it's being done, was the meat kept cold, all of those different factors that can affect, the safety and stability of that meat. So for us, it's pretty much just no negotiating on that.
Yeah, and well, speaking of that, so with guaranteeing the quality of it, and I get that with the waterfowl, but back to the deer, like I started packing them out, like quarter them in the field and packing them out, because I've up and down, and sometimes you're off of those logging roads.
Right.
I think it's easier because I butcher myself and do everything at home. But if I were to do that, that probably wouldn't be recommended for that. Or
no, but we wouldn't stop a hunter from being able to donate deer that you quartered in the field, and because in that case, the understanding is that it's been a pretty rapid process from the time you harvested the deer until you got it to that processor. Obviously, we still want it to go through the processor at that point. Then we get the question all the time, can I butcher my own deer and donate that?
Yes.
And for the same reasons I was talking about a minute ago, we just can't accept them that way. So.
Right. Very cool. Very cool. Is there anything else you'd like to add for people to know about the Hunter Sharing the Harvest program?
Yeah, one thing that I think Pennsylvania hunters should be very proud of when it comes to a program like this, Pennsylvania had the highest venison donation numbers in the country last year.
That's awesome.
We were second only to Missouri, and they came in within about 300 pounds of us. So
really?
It was a close call.
Oh, man. This year's the year then.
Pennsylvania hunters really stepped up.
You'll turn one in this fall, and I'm going to try to get enough to turn them in.
We'll
take
tip
over
the scales,
Missouri.
and we'll do it again next year.
Yeah. Well, that's very cool. That's a nice tidbit. And you said we've had 10 million?
10 million servings is what we estimate over the course of all of those years. And the interesting thing is that in these most recent years, you've had probably 60 to 70% of that donated, because we just keep having these phenomenal record-breaking seasons. We hit 190,000 pounds during the 2020-21 hunting season, and we thought that was an anomaly because it was during the pandemic. Frankly, people had more time to get a field and so forth, and there was a real charitable spirit in the country, so we thought we're probably not going to see that again. Well, last year in the 21-22 hunting season, we came in at 187,000. So statistically, it was within a percentage of that record year. And then last year, 235,500 pounds of venison. So we blew that previous record out of the water.
Yeah.
So it's only up from here. We look at numbers like it's a tremendous number of deer that are being donated. 6,201 deer were donated. But when you look at the total harvest in PA, we're looking at about 1 to 1.5% of the total harvest that's being donated. So I look at that as tremendous opportunity. It's an opportunity for us to educate people about the program, make them aware of what we do and how easy it is to donate deer, because there's so much potential for us to just keep growing, breaking records, and feeding more people.
Yeah, and there's just stuff like that keeps popping in my head as we're talking. You know, like a solo hunter, like my granddad, when he shoots a deer, he gives most of it away to people he knows because it's just him now.
Right.
And well, if he runs out of people to give it to, he's I don't need to. I'm not going out. I don't need to shoot one because I don't need the meat. Donate it. People
Consider it a mission.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
And you're going out and you're going out to help people. You know, it's just the whole idea of it is so cool, and I love talking about it. This is before I even talked to you, and I was telling everybody about it.
Yeah,
And I'm going to do even more so now after having this conversation, because I really do think what you guys do is super fantastic.
I appreciate that.
And earlier in our talk here, you mentioned you had volunteers that would help the processors, like take the food bank or get it to the food bank or do whatever work you guys needed. If somebody wanted to volunteer, would they be able to find those volunteer opportunities through your website with everything else?
Yeah, yep. We've got a form on there too that if you're interested in helping out in your area, that you can just send a real simple interest form. And again, that's just going to generate an email to me that I've got someone that might be interested in talking about being a coordinator. It's all volunteer. We just ask you to make the most of that position as you can and be sort of our face in your community, someone who's willing to kind of run interference. You know, if a processor says, I've got a bunch of venison that needs to move out of my freezer, can you come get it? They do that type of thing. A lot of times they're sitting at county fairs with a table at the Sportsman's Federation or something like that and putting out flyers and just kind of, again, being that ground force for us out there.
Yeah, being an advocate for something that's so great for everybody and helping a lot of people, and hunters included. It's, you know, it's super cool, man. You guys are doing something right, which is fantastic.
It's pretty exciting. I tell people these last 2 years, it's been the best gig I've ever been in. I've had a lot of cool jobs over the years.
Yeah.
But until I got into something like this as a full-time with a nonprofit that's helping people, and I've really been able to get around the state these last couple of years and actually see the impact out there, and people really do appreciate what we're doing.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's something for Pennsylvania hunters to be very proud of.
Good, and we should be. We got lots to be proud of, but that's definitely one of the ones that's going to top the list, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boss, you got anything else? I think that was awesome, unless you have anything else to add.
Nope, I think that does it. We covered it.
Good. I appreciate talking to you. That was great.
All right, thank you. Yep. Appreciate the opportunity.
All right, and we are back here. We actually we had to call the bullpen. We're here with Dan. I'm sorry, I can't.
Dan Yonner.
Yonner with
Kika.
Keystone Elk County or Country Alliance, and he is the habitat coordinator.
Correct.
For Kika, and that's what we're here to talk about. We want to hear a little bit about habitat, like what are we doing, or what we I'm a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
What are you guys doing to promote the habitat for elk?
Well, Kika has two main goals: is public education and habitat development to propagate the elk herd in Pennsylvania. And our habitat program started here at the Visitor Center, planting the 60-plus acre fields that are right here at the Visitor Center. So that draws a large number of elk here for the viewing public. But we also fill a niche that's kind of between the Game Commission and private landowners. Kika does habitat improvement projects on both private lands and DCNR state forest lands, namely food plots and herbaceous openings to benefit the elk herd, especially in the areas where the herd is expanding. We're doing a lot of work now in the Kettle Creek drainage area and the area north of here up towards Emporium. It's privately loaned. There's a 10,000 acre privately owned parcel that's enrolled in some type of easement with DCNR. So we fill a valuable niche there to do habitat work where the Game Commission or DCNR maybe doesn't have the means or the resources to do so.
Would you say you do more habitat work for private landowners or DCNR?
Probably about a 50-50 split right now. And this has been growing. Habitat programs, especially off-site, was limited to the area here around Benezette up until just a couple of years ago. And now that we've slowly acquired some equipment and some people to run it, we've been able to expand and take on more and more acreage. So I think this year we're doing roughly 450 acres this year. That includes the 60 acres here at the Visitor Center. So it's keeps us busy.
So you're probably in direct contact with DCNR, I would think.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. We work hand in glove with the DCNR in both Elk and Sproul State Forest, and they're interested and able to do habitat work, and with a little guidance from our people here that have some experience and expertise in habitat improvements, DCNR is completely on board, and it's a good partnership.
Do they select the areas for you to do, or do they consult and say, hey, we have this we want to do?
A little bit of both. DCNR has some established viewing areas between Benezette and Driftwood, namely the Hicks Run viewing area and Miller Run viewing area and Top of the World viewing area. And we inquired and pursued the area on that conservancy land. I think it's called a conservancy. It's not called conservancy. Easement. The easement property up near Emporium. We know that there's elk up there. We know there's a good population elk up there, mostly forested, but the areas that were strip mined years ago provide herbaceous openings, and with a little bit of care and tweaking, we can put really good elk habitat on the ground, and it benefits the deer, turkey, bear, all the wildlife, really.
Yeah, and I'm going to get into that here in a little bit too, but with the kind of go with DCNR, so you said it's a 50-50 split. If you're in direct contact with DCNR as a private landowner, how would they get in contact with you guys about having that habitat management?
Yeah.
Where does that? I got all kind of questions. You just
good.
start going with that.
Private landowners contact us one way or another through our website or phone call or email. Again, this is kind of a currently developing program, so we're kind of writing up the guidelines as we go.
Right.
if a private landowner has property that, in the board's eyes, would benefit the elk, if it would help draw elk away from a population center, if it, just outside town, you had some property, areas of expanding population, especially on what we call the fringes of the current elk territory. If it would reduce conflicts, draw elk away from a highway or maybe some type of private operation that elk were damaging. We're getting more and more requests as word gets around, as Kika's stepping up the game, so to speak, and growing. So we really haven't established guidelines per se, but more and more we're getting bigger equipment now, and we're looking at larger properties. We're not putting in small 1 acre food plots,
Right.
so that people can just simply enjoy the elk for themselves. We're doing this, and we're not necessarily doing it for public viewing. We're doing it for the elk. In some areas it does enhance public viewings, particularly the established viewing areas. In some of the areas here around Benezette that we've been doing for 6 years or so now, a lot of people are familiar with the area across the river behind the Benezette store. There's about 25 or 30 acres there that we've been managing for about 5 years, and it's a popular viewing area.
Yeah.
But we kind of take each property to each request and look at it individually and think about the criteria and our goals. And if some landowners are able to co-op with us, maybe they, excuse me, maybe they'll pay for the fertilizer or the lime or the seed, or maybe they have a tractor and they can mow it. So that very beneficial. We can do more acres when we have people buying in and doing some of it themselves.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Where does that funding come? Do you guys fund all of that?
100% from Kika.
All of it from
Yep.
Kika. So all the stuff that is going on here,
Yes, sir.
the ticket drawing, all those
Yes, sir.
funds that you see across, that is having that's the direct impact
Yes, sir.
that you're having is on the habitat management.
Exactly. The money Kika raises goes towards its public education and habitat development. We're only 12 years old, almost 13 years old, so the first several years we're just getting established here, putting up the visitor center and paving the parking lot. But education was foremost, I think. You had to get the word out. You had to get people coming to the visitor center.
And that's what we're here still doing that.
Aware that there's an elk herd, and as people come more and more and they contribute and donate to the Kika, now we're able to really ramp up the habitat work.
Right.
And that will affect people more indirectly, but talk to anybody in Elk, Cameron, Clinton, Potter, Clearfield counties, they either got elk close to them or they know somewhere they can go to see them.
Right.
And 25 years ago, probably 95% of the population in the state didn't know there were elk in Pennsylvania.
True.
And now I talk to people from all over the state and other states that know all about it.
Yeah.
And I think Kika did that.
I think so too. That's good. And now we've used this word habitat quite a bit so far. Now, what specifically are you doing for elk habitat? Because I think a lot of people are familiar, they think of whitetail habitat and what to do for whitetail deer, like you said, small food plots. And this and that. What makes it specific for elk?
Well, again, elk is a grazing animal as opposed to a deer that's a browsing animal. No, it's not. And so the food plots, herbaceous openings, kind of used interchangeably. But in an herbaceous opening, we're not just providing food, we may be providing tall grass, perennial grasses for calving areas, and we typically plant a combination of clovers and trefoils and chicory, orchard grasses, timothy. Provides good cover for the calving and a good food source. And a lot of the work is once you plant it, you can't walk away. You gotta maintain that by mowing and spraying and fertilizing and liming to keep that vegetation growing. And it benefit. We see deer and turkeys and elk, equally. We see them in the herbaceous openings that we manage. So it's good for all the wildlife, but because the elk are specific grazers, it really benefits them a lot.
Now, these herbaceous openings, do you do a mix that carries them through like the hard winter times,
Yes.
or do you do anything like in the hardwoods to help them as well, or is it you guys strictly focus on the openings?
Yes, we do herbaceous openings.
Okay.
Right. We're not clearing ground or clearing woodlands.
Right.
There's plenty of that in the northern tier of Pennsylvania. Actually, the herbaceous openings benefit the elk. Like I said, they're a grazing animal more than a browsing animal in
Right.
forests. They do browse. You see them eat bark off trees and buds off of shrubs, but in general, they're a grazing animal. And so the herbaceous openings are specifically targeted to benefit the elk herd.
Yeah, and that's
A lot of good
fantastic. As soon
protein.
as you come up here, you see exactly what the work you guys are doing.
Yeah, we're proud of what we've accomplished here at the visitor center. Being so close, being that our equipment's right here, we can intensively manage these plots, and they're our showpiece.
Yeah.
We have terrific fields of clover and alfalfa here, and orchard grass, and trefoils and timothies, and it's primo #1.
Yeah, clearly, I just parked in it. I
food
saw all the clover and
Food source for elk. Now,
Yeah.
As we get farther away and we have to travel, we have to load the equipment on trucks and trailers and haul it to these remote areas. So we're looking for larger pieces of property or multiple pieces of property that are in close proximity. So it's a pretty big undertaking to start hauling equipment on these narrow roads 50 more miles away. So we manage those similarly, but not quite the same, not as intensive. We might only get onto a plot once a year, twice if we're lucky, depending on weather. We have one tractor and big mower, a 15-foot brush hog mower, and we have no-till grain drills. And we have sprayers, and we just got last summer a box spreader that spreads lime and fertilizer in bulk, so we don't have to carry small bags anymore. We get it delivered in bulk to the locations, and then we can simply load it in the 5-ton spreader. And so we're becoming more efficient and able to do bigger and more.
How big's the crew?
2. Myself and my partner, Butch Proper.
Yeah. So your coordination is your coordination.
Yeah, I'm kind of self-coordinated, I suppose. Yeah, it's a fancy title for a two-man crew. I think he's president and CEO, and I'm coordinator,
There you go.
something to that effect.
That's good.
Yeah, my he's around here somewhere. I think he's over at the drawing. But yeah, we make a good team, and we're proud of what we accomplished in the habitat department.
Yeah, you can tell. It seems like you enjoy what you do, and you're
Love it.
proud of the work. And how long have you
Absolutely.
been working the habitat with Kika?
2 years
2
for
years.
Kika, yeah.
Okay.
I worked for the Game Commission as a game warden, state game warden, and
Oh, did you?
land management officer in charge of the game lands and the habitat on game lands for about 12 years.
Yeah.
So that's my background
And
there.
that's how you transitioned over to Kika.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Rawley Cogan used to work for the Game Commission, so we've been friends for a long time. And when I retired about 2.5 years ago, and I was lucky enough to get a phone call and say, "Hey, how about joining the team?" And yeah, it's just awesome.
Good.
It's an awesome job. Worked through the summer, and I just, as of last week, got hired to be a wagon driver this fall. So even more exciting challenges lay ahead.
Good, good. Well, good for you, and the work you're doing is fantastic for the elk, and look at all the people here, are a testament to the appreciation of the elk, and it's directly from habitat management, because without the habitat, we don't have the elk. Without the elk, an event like this doesn't take place. So it's all correlated and connected, and that's all great stuff. So if there's anything else you want to add about our elk habitat program here before we sign off?
Just very, very grateful to all the sponsors and donors and vendors that come here, and of course all the crowd that comes and generously donates to the cause. And people are happy when they're here, and we like to see that.
Yeah, they are.
We have a terrific team here at Kika, and you can volunteer here. Get on our website and call or email, and we utilize quite a few volunteers, short-term, long-term.
I like the plug for volunteers here too.
Yeah, we got lots of opportunity for that, and people really enjoy volunteering here.
Yeah,
it's a good team to be on.
Good.
I really appreciate your time today.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Thank you, sir.
And hopefully maybe we'll be able to talk to you again.
Sure.
At some point.
We'll take you on a field trip.
That sounds good.
All right, everyone, welcome back for the last live stream of the day. We saved the best for last. I know in the schedule it said special guest. No offense, Brian. You're not the special guest. I'm waiting for my special guest to sort of come back this way. So we may get a little bit of like a video streaming bomb.
Okay.
Like a photo bomb type thing.
Okay.
You'll understand if my special guest shows up.
Okay.
As he's supposed to. But today, to end this, we're going to be talking with Bryan Johnson, DCNR Ranger. Okay, so really, I think the reason why I was very interested in having you come on and talk is to talk about your job. Like, what is it that you do? How did you, I guess let's start in the very beginning. Like, how did you decide this is something you'd want to do?
Actually, so I went to Lock Haven University,
Okay.
center of the state, recreation management major, and during that time we had to do internships. So I took an internship at Delaware Seashore State Park.
Okay.
And there was a lot of guys from Lock Haven, Slippery Rock went down there, and basically when I got down there, I was like, this is what I want to do. I want to work in the outdoors, but in the law enforcement space as well. So basically after that, it took me a few years, and just kind of tracked that career down. Came back, I moved away for a bit, but then moved back to Pennsylvania. And yeah, at the time I went through the police academy.
Okay.
I had my education. So I applied and I got hired on right away with the state.
So you got the college degree first.
Yes.
And then went to the police academy.
That's correct.
With the goal in mind of this
Yes,
position.
that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about like game warden?
Yeah.
Fish warden. Like, was that on your mind, or did you want to be with the DCNR?
I like the DCNR. Basically, any state parks. I even thought about national at the time,
Okay.
or state forest or national forest. And the reason I didn't want to be a game warden so much is I like to hunt too much. So I didn't want to be always busy during hunting season.
Yeah, that would be the
So,
busy time for that.
Yeah, but it is something to note is I went through the route of getting my degree and then going through the police academy. But we also have a trainee program that a lot of people seem to be coming through now, and that you just need to have your educational credits, and then we will provide you the law enforcement academy. The state will actually pay for that to go through.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So, how long have you been a ranger?
12 years.
12 years.
Yeah,
Okay.
12 years with the state of Pennsylvania.
Okay, and before we started the stream, you mentioned that there's a difference between state parks and state forests.
Sure.
When it comes to they each have their own rangers. Well,
Mm-hmm.
what's the difference? Why make a difference?
So it goes back to two different bureaus. So there's the Bureau of State Parks and there's the Bureau of Forestry. Both fall under the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. Those are the two bureaus within DCNR that are landholders. Probably most people are familiar with state parks. They go there, they have the beaches, the more facilities, campgrounds. State forests are usually working forests where we're doing oil and gas activity, a lot of timber. We employ our foresters to cut. Now we do have recreation, we have some hiking trails, but it's a lot, we have some campgrounds, but it's a little bit less developed than like a state park. You're not gonna have an office right there. So the rangers in forestry are gonna have, on the whole, a lot bigger area to cover than like the state park rangers. State parks are going to be more where they have facilities there, campgrounds, day use areas, picnic areas. State forests, we tend to roam quite a ways. Actually, Elk State Forest, where I'm stationed out of, is about 231,000 acres. So
Okay.
5 different counties. So I travel quite a bit on my day to day.
Are you the only ranger?
There's 2 of us.
Two.
2. So,
Okay. Okay. That's a lot of area for just 2 people. So you're functioning probably a lot like game wardens, you're solo most of the time.
most of the time, almost always, I'm solo.
Unless there's like some special like sting operation type thing where you're pairing up.
Yeah, I mean, if we have special events or something where we know there's going to be like a bike race or an ultra marathon where there might be first aid or rescue, we'll usually stay close to that. And we may bring people in, but everybody's kind of in the same boat where we don't have a lot of resources to share.
Okay.
Normally I'm on my own. I end up working with the Game Commission, Fish and Boat quite a bit, just because we need to rely on each other because we're in these big open areas.
Yeah. So do you feel like you're in a dangerous profession then? I mean, you're by yours. I'm just looking at it from a law enforcement perspective. Like when we think about police, especially in larger cities, like it's a lot of 2 officers together.
Sure.
Or if you're in a smaller community and you might be riding by yourself, but you're not really necessarily responding until you get backup and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's probably not going to be an option most times for you.
Yeah, I was also a police officer for a number of years.
Okay.
And you're right, it's completely different. It's not for everybody. The idea that you're going to be out there and you're going to be most of the time hours away from backup. But so it takes somebody that's really independent, especially to work in the forestry. You have to be comfortable with yourself and be able to handle yourself in that capacity and dealing with that. And you learn to talk to people really quickly.
Yeah. So what's I know what one of the things that probably drew you to this job was that no 2 days are the same.
Yeah.
Even though I know that, I'm still going to ask the question, like, what's your typical day like, right? Like, what are some of the things that you would do on a daily basis?
Well, as I get further into my career, 12 years, I tend to do a lot more of the training stuff and helping younger rangers. But I still get into the field quite a bit. It really kind of goes by season, right? So we'll start in the beginning of the year. January, DCNR manages snowmobiles. We have snowmobile trails everywhere. So we'll be doing a lot of snowmobile enforcement, making sure they have the safety equipment, registration, and stuff like that. Then that kind of takes us into our spring fishing season. Everybody's coming up. We have a lot of lease camps within the forest, campers. We'll get busy then. Then you just have your general summer season. That usually brings a lot of ATVs. DCNR is the governing agency for ATVs in the state. So we're doing enforcement there, illegal, like a lot of the illegal riding where they're cutting paths and stuff like that. And now we have a lot more trail riding opportunities for people. So we're out there too on the trails, making sure everybody's staying safe. That being an elk state forest, that takes us into September. So I don't know if you've been here in September, but it gets kind of busy.
Very busy.
Very busy. So, but a lot of that is just the educational part of just trying to keep people away from the elk, keep the traffic moving. And then that takes us into our general hunting season. And usually then I'm working with the Game Commission pretty close. Basically people going behind gates or anything I can help them with. And that kind of gets us into Christmas in January and we do it all over again. So it's very seasonal in what we're dealing with and kind of what we're focused with.
So it's all you can sort of expect, but you can't expect what's actually going to happen on a daily basis. But for, this set of months, probably going to be dealing with ATVs. And then, for this set of month, I'm going to be dealing with, hunters and things of that nature.
Yep. I mean, I'm sure I forgot stuff, but summertime you have your ATVs, but we also have campgrounds. So I'm up there checking the campground, stuff like that. Snakes, when snake season, we have Cinema Honing just down the road has the big snake hunt. Cross Forks, we got a lot of people out on the state forest, snake hunting. So we're helping the fishing boat with that. And then as well, it's just managing basically where people are going and stuff like that, trying to cut down on the illegal riding and stuff like that. So
every time I talk to a game warden or, someone like you, like yourself, I'm always like thinking like, man, there's so much in your job description.
Yeah.
Right? Like so much that you have to know.
Yeah.
Codes wise and, the laws and regulations for not just the park rules, right? Or the state forest rules, but then also like game laws and fishing laws and, and things like that. It's a lot that's going on up in your head, huh?
Yeah, it's a lot, and that's just the law enforcement aspect of it. I mean, we're in Elk County, but Elk Cameron, we don't have a lot of EMS service. So anytime you have like a backcountry rescue, lost individuals, we have some search groups, but we all kind of pull together and work together. So yeah, I'm also a search manager, so I have to know how to operate on a search. The Bureau of Forestry we do wildfire in the state of Pennsylvania. So in the spring, a lot of times I'm doing a lot of wildfire stuff. It's for education, but also like the communications for the firefighters and stuff like that. So yeah, in the spring, I might be doing fishing license one day and talking to fishermen, and we might have a wildfire pop up, and I might be on that for 3 or 4 days, just helping out with that. And helping our resources.
It's just such a wide range of stuff that you're expected to do.
Yeah.
Everyone talks about like, oh, my company's downsizing and more is getting heaped on my plate. Like, you guys aren't even downsizing, and just your plate's just overflowing with different things that you need to be doing.
Yeah, and it's really changed. I mean, like everything the world has after COVID, right? I mean, we've seen recreation explode in 2020, and it really hasn't went back down. So it was always like a manageable thing, but then with that explosion, we're seeing more people in the forest and in the state parks than we ever have in the past.
So what would be, with that big explosion, like what is, if you can narrow it down to one thing, or two things, what are the problems that are sort of creeping up because of that explosion. It's something that's happening much more often than it did before.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just, we have to manage for sustainability, right? So it doesn't matter whether you're doing ATV trails or it's a swimming area or secluded or whatever. The more people you have, that area can only take so much. So I'm going to speak out of my district a little bit, but there's places that have like waterfalls or something like that. Well, maybe it can support, 50 people a day taking that hiking trail down there. Now you start getting 200 people a day, you start getting into basically parking issues. But not only that, you're always going to have trash issues. You're going to have erosion issues with people coming in. You're going to have more injuries, more basically people getting hurt when they go in, and so everything goes up. But a lot of it has to do with like the land use issues. When you start squeezing too many people into these wild places at one time, you can really see the impacts on the environment. Whether that's blowing out parking areas, you get some wet weather, stuff like that. We see it in hunting season. We open some gates. If it's a dry year, it's not a problem. If you get a year that doesn't freeze, those roads take a beating really, really quick. So we got to be out there kind of monitoring that and shutting them down. Because really, we don't have a lot of people to fix them, and we have to keep it sustainable year to year.
Give me a story that a case or something that you were on. I know you need to be cautious and gentle about what you're saying and things like that. But give me something that was sort of like amusing that you stumbled across when you were working.
Oh, geez. There's a lot. I'll tell you one, and it was because it happened very early in my career. There was an individual, and they were caretaking for an elderly gentleman, and I don't know exactly what was happening, if there was some mental health issues or what going on, but they had a break, but they were saying, hey, we were being held at gunpoint. It turned out they weren't. But there was a lost gun involved, and we dealt with that. But it's somewhere along the way, they had a pet monkey, and there was this monkey. So we went in and we got it sorted out. But at the end of the day, I was like, the gunman wasn't real, the gun was real, and the monkey was very real. So, and when I got there,
when you got that call from the dispatcher, it's like, why didn't you tell me about the monkey?
Yeah, right. And when I got there, it was the weirdest thing, because I looked in the vehicle, and this monkey was unsupervised, so he was raiding all the snacks within the vehicle. So. And I think that just stands out. I'm sure there's other things that have happened in my career, but that was so early that I was like, what did I sign up for?
You know what? And the fact that it's a monkey in Pennsylvania, right?
Right.
Like that's not something that would stand out in anyone's mind.
Right.
Oh, a monkey.
And then somebody asked me after, like, what type of monkey was it? And I was like, listen, I'm very good at native plants, native animals, but I couldn't tell you if it was a chimpanzee or orangutan. So
that's funny. That is definitely not something that one would expect. That's for sure. Huh? What about sort of like scariest time? Can you talk a little bit about a sort of moment where it was like, ooh.
Yeah.
Crap.
Yeah. Without getting into specifics, I mean, there is times that you're working late at night, and like I said, I worked police for a number of years, and you always have backup. And there's been very few times within my career, but I've had times where it was a bad actor, and you're in the middle of nowhere, and nobody kind of knows you're there. And luckily, I think you got to be thinking on your toes enough, and they've turned out all right for me. So,
I mean, that's good news, right?
Yeah, right.
But that I guess that's where sort of the other aspect of your job that probably gets overlooked by a lot of people, of needing to be able to know how to interact with people, and de-escalate situations, right? Like you said, there's not backup for sometimes hours.
Yeah.
So you want to get that person to de-escalate as much as you can when you're in that situation, because otherwise it could go very south very quickly.
Yeah, and being around longer, I think when you start, you kind of, I can do anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
But as I train people, the one thing I stress is your safety is paramount. I would rather you let this person get away, drive away, we'll find them later, but you got to make sure that you're safe. So if at any point you don't feel safe, you need to back out of that situation. So, and as I got older, that's easier to take my own advice, I guess.
And you know what, that would be good advice. That's something that you mentioned, like, we'll find this person later, right? Like,
absolutely,
we'll investigate, we'll figure out where this person is. If you're no longer here, then we got nothing to go on with this person,
right?
So that definitely makes sense. What is it about our state forest system that's so special?
I think for me, that makes it so special is just its proximity on the East Coast in this large chunk. Overall in the state, you have 2.1 million acres of public land. Now that's our state parks and our state forests combined. But if you look at a map, the majority of that is in this north central. It's composed of Elk State Forest, Susquehanna Elk State Forest, Sproul, and Moshannon. All of them over 200,000 acres of land. So you total that up, we're getting close to 100,000 acres of public land that people can jump on. You look up and down the East Coast, you don't really have an area besides maybe Adirondacks or getting up towards Maine. So when you look south of us, there's nothing like that. And then also this area, obviously the PA elk herd. For the longest time, we had the only elk herd east of the Mississippi. Now, Kentucky, Virginia, West Virginia has started to reintroduce some elk and have more elk than us, actually. But the reality that we have the PA elk in this kind of wild area still on the East Coast is pretty special. When you look at the big picture, it is very unique to the East Coast.
Can you speak to why this area has so much state forest land?
I think it goes back to the history of the early 1900s. It's always been a working forest. It's always been used for timber production, and I think the state has just held on to it. Now that's turned into a gem the longer it's went, because now you take basically the hunting opportunities, the hiking opportunities, to have this amount of public land on the East Coast is pretty amazing.
And anyone, right?
Anyone.
Can walk onto state forest land and wander about.
Yes.
As long as they're not leaving trash, they're not, disturbing wildlife unnecessarily.
Yep.
Taking things off the state forest,
Yep.
right? Not allowed to do that.
Yep. I think it's one of the reasons, we're up here at the Elk Expo today. I think it's one of the reasons you have so many Pennsylvania hunters. If you don't have the public land, you're not going to have the hunters. This is, any man can go out and buy a tag tomorrow for deer and hunt it in our state forest system and on the game lands that we have here in the Allegheny National, in this north section. Any person. You can never hunt it before, you can go get your tag, come up here and hunt. So you can't do states like Illinois and Iowa where you have a lot of private farmland. It's hard to find public land. So I think it's the reason we have such a robust population of hunters here in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, even for myself, someone who's very blessed to have some family property that I can hunt on, there's still certain game or certain times of the year that I'd like to go out to public land,
Sure.
whether that's state game lands or state forest or even Allegheny National Forest, and pursue opportunities that are there.
Yeah.
Or sometimes it's in the summer going over to Cook's Forest and going on a hiking trail,
Yeah.
or to the fire tower or Seneca Point or something like that. Like you said, the amount of opportunity that we have here in Pennsylvania, we're blessed to have it.
Yeah.
I think it goes unnoticed by a lot of people, although, as you mentioned with the pandemic, that unnoticed aspect has sort of dwindled recently.
Yeah, I think the people, a little bit of wind.
A little bit of wind.
Yeah. That's the one thing I think that I hunt a lot of other states, so I travel quite a bit. And I think people don't really understand that, about how special it is. And that's one of the reasons that we have the hunting heritage that we have in Pennsylvania. It has to do with a lot of that public access.
But, it sort of goes back a little bit to the idea of, when you grow up with it, you have it. And you don't really recognize that you have it or that it's special until it's either taken away or you go somewhere that doesn't have it.
Exactly.
Right? So you've been able to travel and go to some other states and see states that don't have it.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, okay, you get a greater appreciation
Yep.
of what we have here.
Yep, absolutely.
So, what else? One more thing. Let's get one more thing from DCNR that you think people should know about when visiting state forest or even state parks.
You mean like something they can do, or what?
Give them a piece of advice, like something that you're like, hey, I wish more people would either do this or don't do this.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing I would tell them is you have this robust system. We have our offices set up. You can go on DCNR's website, jump on. We have all our state forest offices. You have numbers. And we have staff just dedicated to educating the public. So I don't think we have enough people that take advantage of that. We don't get the amount of calls of, hey, I want to hike here, I want to do this. I think people kind of look at this up here and they don't, okay, yeah, there's a lot of land, but we don't know who owns it. We have great resources as far as foresters, environmental educators, people that are out, hiking opportunities. I just wish more people would actually take advantage of that.
Yeah, that's a really good little tip there, because if you do, not only are they going to tell you what you can take advantage of, but maybe they could direct you even to a hiking trail that doesn't have as many people.
Yeah.
Right. And we can sort of spread out the people a little bit so you don't have that overuse
Absolutely.
of this, resource that needs to be sustainable.
Yeah, we get that a lot. I mean, people are looking for different things. You might have a long-term backpacker. Hey, where can I do 70 miles and I don't want to touch the same piece of trail? Okay, we can do that. I want to go on a day hike, but I want to see something neat. I got something for you there too. A lot of it is, 230,000 acres. I can tell you where these would be my priorities I would check out. So, and our offices are always open, and we can, 8 to 4 Monday through Friday. But all that information is out there, and we always have people on staff willing to take calls to answer those questions.
Well, that's awesome, Bryan. Thank you for joining me. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
And good luck out there. Have fun the rest of the weekend up here at Elk Expo.
All right, sounds good.
All right, everyone, I want to thank you for joining me today. I want to thank Talon, I want to thank all the guests, everyone for coming out and making this really what the event truly is, and that is just a great experience for everyone involved. I want to make sure real quick before we go, up there in the corner you see all the 3 different logos rolling through. Conservation Unfiltered podcast logo, the Elk Expo logo for this year, and then the Wild Rooted logo. Make sure that you take time to go to wildrooted.com. They are a great mercantile. They sell everything from hats and t-shirts and keychains to keychains and stickers. They're using an algae-based ink on their t-shirts. They're using a synthetic, sustainable leather for the patches on their hats. They're doing things in a very sustainable way, being very eco-friendly for the products that they're making. And then on top of that, 10% of their profits are donated to the National Park System, which is, just showcases how awesome of a company they are, giving back to conservation, giving back to the outdoor community. That is something that is really going to show dividends, right? The more that we do that. When you go there, make sure you use the code CUFresh20 for, CU free ship, right? CU free ship, and you will get free shipping on your order. So make sure you visit Wild Rooted and check out what they have to offer. I love the t-shirt that I got from them. The hats fit perfect, and they have just these cool little stickers that, if you're like me and you're a sticker guy, sticker person, you stick them on on everything. Their stickers are really, really cool. They have some great designs. So make sure you check them out. If you are at home and you're like, what are we going to do on Sunday? What are we going to do tomorrow? Come on out to the Elk Expo. Experience is going to be great weather. I know the rain might have kept a couple people away today. Come on up. Tomorrow, last chance to get your Kika raffle ticket here at the Expo. Those sales shut off at 1 o'clock, and then they will draw that raffle tag for that coveted Kika tag. As you heard Roy talk earlier in the day, it is just not just a great value for $25 for a raffle ticket, but it's also just a tremendous experience and one that you're never going to forget. Obviously, for Roy, he was successful. And there's a good chance you're going to be successful if you get that tag. But even if you would not be successful, the experience, I guarantee you he would have had an amazing experience to talk about regardless of whether he got that elk or not. Okay? So we will start August fresh again. I know there haven't been a whole lot of episodes put out in July, in the month of July. It's because we can get ready for today and the live stream. August we'll be going back fresh, doing the episodes every other week. So get ready for those. And as always, get outside, take someone with you, and stay wild.